What the?
I don't.
Welcome to DAX Machina. Join us as we explore the mysteries of this world. Cryptids, monsters, macabre tales, and horror stories abound. Could they be true? Are monsters real?
Good evening, folks, and thank you for joining us for another edition of DAX Machina. We're going to have an awesome show tonight. We are joined in the studio by Bubs and Mikey from the Strange Road podcast. They have a fantastic show. If you guys have not checked it out yet, the links are going to be popping up in the chat, and they're also in the show description below. So make sure you go by, give them a like, share, subscribe, check out all their videos. I'm even in a couple of them, but check them out. They've got an awesome amount of content over there. Fantastic guys, and these guys are from Ohio, and they have got a lot of weirdness going on in their area, and we are going to be touching on a lot of that. Joining me in the studio tonight is Robbie Rip Rains, my brother from South Crackalacky, and the Anthony Pitbull Cantatella is here. He just polished off a big box of crayons and made a sideways appearance like the Patterson-Gimlin film. Guys, how's everybody doing tonight?
Oh my God, great,
Fantastic.
Man. Good to be here, DA.
Yeah.
See, there he is. He's in profile. Told you.
No, doing great. Glad to be on. Glad to be talking to you again. Yeah, it's been a while since we got to talk to DA.
I know.
It's been a minute.
But
November.
Yeah.
Guys, why don't we start out? Have you guys tell us about your guys' your background? The Strange Road. Tell us a little bit about yourselves, and of course, my moderators are going to be popping up the links to your channel in the chat, so don't worry about that. But just tell us a little bit about your background, what got you into this, and a little bit about the podcast, and we'll kind of go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. So Bub and I have known each other since kindergarten. We've been best friends, thick as thieves for basically forever.
Yeah.
We've always been interested in the paranormal, cryptids, UFOs, ETs, always had a kind of a thirst for the strange, always had an interest in, we weren't like other kids, creative kids. We played a lot of sports growing up. We're from a small town in Ohio. And so, but, we were also in drama club and acted and took a lot of art classes and were really probably pretty bad students and screwed off a ton and had a great time.
That sounds like me.
I had a great time.
We, partied a lot, had a great group of people that we kind of grew up with, but we went our separate ways. And, Bub was actually a nurse and I had a lot of different sales jobs over the years. And then I eventually went back to school to study film and media and photography and in my 30s really, and then got into, became basically a professional camera operator, freelanced for a long time. Met my business partner, Stoner, who's kind of running Master Control and everything that looks cool and how we making everything look good and sound good for us on the podcast. But over the years, we kind of built a network of guys through freelancing and video production and came together in 2020 and created the Strange Road, the company. Which we do virtual events, hybrid events, live streaming. So we, our services, we have a lot of great clients that we've been helping out over the years. We used to shoot a lot of concerts and festivals, which is how we kind of all our crew kind of bonded, was shooting a lot of music and concerts and festivals together. And, eventually we started doing conferences and live streaming and was all a part of that. And so in 2020, all our work went away. And so we kind of needed something to do. And I've always wanted to start a podcast. And we had a little office space where we are now, just on the 3rd floor. And I said, Bub, you're the co-host. Didn't really ask him, just kind of said, you're jumping in on this with me.
And I was like, I love to talk, so get me on it.
Yep. And Bub, you want to tell a little bit about yourself? Bub's had an interesting trajectory to kind of where he is right now.
Oh yeah, I've lived a lot of different lives. We were talking about school and joking. It was a good time. I remember my freshman year of college. My mom said, "How's school?" I said, "It's great." And then I got home from that first year of college, and she looked at my grades and she said, "You didn't do very well, did you?" And I said, "Well, you didn't ask me how I was doing at school, like academically. You asked me if I was enjoying it." And the answer was yes. That was a great year's vacation. So I learned by hard experience. So yeah, I eventually got through college, made my way into nursing, did that for like 16 years. And it's not even a year yet. I quit last year around this time. Went back to school and switched careers.
Lost a good nurse here in Columbus.
Switched careers at 39. I thought, you know what? If I don't do it now, I'm never going to do it. And all of the, I used to really have a lot of synchronicities in my life. If you see them often enough, you kind of start going, that's just too strange to be just happening and fatalistic and whatever. Maybe you're just noticing it. But, I got done with school. I thought the job that I really wanted to land, I didn't land it. So I'm, kind of beat down by that. I end up landing a better job than I thought I would get. Not only that, I get to work remote in that job, which means I get to do my job and hang out with my best friend all day. And then we also get to have our side project of doing the podcast and doing the YouTube shows and, the strange happenings and things like that, where, like he said, we've known each other so long that people are always like, how do you guys do this? You have such good chemistry. I was like, I know him. I've spent more nights probably sleeping at his house than I have, even with my wife I've been married to for 10 years now.
Probably.
Like we just knew each other for so long, right? Like, so it's really fun to get to be able to do this. And have you on as a guest when we did back in.
Yeah, that was so great.
That was awesome. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and
that's when we were kicking off the show. The studio took a while to build out. Took about a year and a half to kind of get everything in place, all the artwork, and so it was kind of like when we had the funds, we slowly built it. So during that time, we were kind of down and not doing episodes. The business side of the Strange Road was kicking butt. Doing a lot of events and live streaming gigs and stuff like that.
I'll tell you this, I didn't even know a podcast was getting fired back up until he brought me down here and said he had an office space for me. And I walked in and I went, what happened over there? Everything, it looks like it's all done. They're like, yeah, we're going to fire the show back up.
And
I was
DA
like,
was our second episode back in the new studio.
Yeah, so really helped kick things off.
You've been like a good luck charm for us. We like to say DA is the heavyweight champion of Strange Road.
Oh, by far.
His episode has the most views and his clips everything kills it.
It crushes.
And still gets hits and views all the time.
Yeah.
So
awesome.
all you folks in the chat, we know that you guys have been coming over and watching our channel. We thank you so very much.
Absolutely.
All the DAX Machina people that have come over and blessed us with their, support. So we thank you guys.
Yeah.
We really do. Because, if you really want to, we've been a show since November. Yeah, we had some episodes, but it didn't really count.
We're not long in this game yet.
And DA was a big part of kicking that off. So, brother, we really appreciate you.
Humongous. It's kind of like feeling like you're the little kid asking your uncle a question when they don't really care to give you the answer, this or that. But whenever they actually did give you that time, that's what it kind of feels like, because you really gave us a chance, right? Like you didn't have to. You could have been like, you guys haven't done anything yet. What do you mean? Why would I want to be on, It really could have been that way, and it could have been that way with a lot of the guests we've already had on or been on with them.
Yep.
So it's just being thankful for that, and
it's been fun popping in on your shows, man.
Oh yeah,
it really has. Like you guys crush it. Robbie, Anthony, DA, everybody you guys have on are great, and so it's been awesome to watch your growth even since we've met.
It's been a good year. Been a good year for our show as well. We've experienced some pretty awesome growth. We've got almost every night we're seeing a few new faces in the chat.
Amazing.
And just really enjoying the not only the growth, but the camaraderie. Really, we've met a lot of awesome people, people that we just kind of gelled with. And we've all met those people that you meet somebody like if you go to a convention expecting to meet somebody you've really liked for a long time and they're a dick, and you're like, oh. But but for the most part. But after that, it's not the same. With us, we're just just a bunch of hillbillies. What you see is what we get. I'm the same if you meet me at at a restaurant as I am here sitting here in the show. I'm just a guy from the hills of Missouri, and I don't plan on ever changing that. I'm too old to change it now, and
Yeah, man.
that's the way we always want to be.
I used to tell coworkers that same thing, DA. I would say, you guys think I'm putting on for you. You think I act this way because I'm doing I'm going to be the same way today as 10 years from now when I retired from there and quit my job. I never changed one bit because I'm like, I can't put on for anyone. I don't do well being,
way.
you know,
Put the mask on.
the whole wearing a double life, and it's not how I am. I'm just I can't help it. It's kind of like word vomit.
To an extent, when I was a cop, you have to keep that professional demeanor when you're dealing with the general public.
Right.
But ask any of the cops I worked with. We were horrible, pulling pranks on each other, and you're doing all kinds of ornery stuff, like putting pepper spray on the toilet seat when we knew someone was going in there. And the crap we pulled on each other behind the scenes. No one would have ever taken us seriously if they saw that side of us.
Like Super Troopers?
Oh, just about that bad, yeah.
Oh God.
In some ways, maybe
funny.
Even worse.
Man,
let's put it this way: we were Super Troopers usually before Super Troopers was ever even a thing.
There you go. There you go.
Most of that stuff that's in that movie, anybody that's been in law enforcement for 5 to 10 years has already done and pulled on somebody.
Ooh, glad I wasn't a part of that one.
Well, it's a camaraderie. It really is. I mean, you put your ass on the line with people. And when you're no longer out in the threat, it's the same in the military. I mean, when you're no longer in the thick of things, it's, you've got to blow off that steam, and you get that weird sense of humor kicking in, and it can be a hell of a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, I was saying, I'm glad I wasn't one of those guys being pulled over by you guys, like the dude in the back seat. Oh. Thank God that's never happened to me. So.
I love that part.
You've never been to Mexico.
Oh man,
I love that movie, but that's not why we're here. I could do a whole show just on telling. I'm sure me, Robbie, and Anthony, between military and law enforcement, we could all sit and spend an entire evening just telling crazy stories. Some of them probably not fit for polite company.
Yeah. You can't even go. I can't even mention half the stuff on the air.
Nah.
Yeah, some of that stuff. Yeah, what's the old phrase? The statute of limitations may not have worn out on some of that.
Oh yeah. That's so funny.
Great.
But like I said, we could talk about that for hours. But why I brought you guys here is Ohio seems to be like, if there is a pinpoint bright spot center of the universe of weirdness, it seems to be Ohio. And in Missouri, we catch a lot of splash over, but you guys get everything. I mean, you got cryptids, you got UFOs, you got crazy train derailments. You've got whole towns that have been abandoned for mysterious reasons, like Helltown. I mean, just if it's weird, it's in Ohio.
Yeah, absolutely. Ohio. I mean, growing up, we didn't realize it. I mean, you heard stories, but you really thought like everywhere's like that. You hear things. Right. And when you're a kid, there's a lot of legends. Crybaby Bridge is one that's near our house, near Coldwater, Ohio, where we grew up. And we used to go down there and sit there and like trick ourselves into thinking you're hearing a baby cry. And the whole thing is that, you put powder on the back of your bumper and see like handprints. They'll push the car. And they'll push the car. So there's Spooky Hollow where we grew up. So a lot of just like legends and stuff. But
I think every small town has got a Crybaby Bridge.
Right.
We did an episode of that on my show. Me and Norm did, and while Norm was doing because there's one in Pendleton, and we're in Anderson County, and while Norm was doing the research on it, he realized that there was just about every small town in the United States has a Crybaby Bridge.
That's wild. See,
I would say that's pretty accurate
folklore. But yeah, we didn't really realize it until I got older. You hear a lot of stories, like I said, but I didn't discover advanced earthworks and the mounds and what they were really all about until I was until really like 2012, 2013. So I had already been to Chichen Itza. I had already been to Chaco Canyon in New Mexico, Tulum, Mayan sites, a lot of ancient sites, but not realizing that we have super advanced, highly strange, super advanced civilization right in our own backyard. And I kind of have a theory that the earthworks and the mounds and this culture is kind of like the nexus of the strange in Ohio, is my theory. All the Bigfoot, the paranormal, that these earthworks tend to create whether it's a thin veil. Serpent Mound, for example, sits on the north side of an ancient impact crater that's around 27 million years old. So you have fractured fault line where energy whips up, strange storm patterns. You have Bigfoot down there. You have tons of paranormal doppelganger type activity.
That area is the nexus.
And I really do believe that
that's
the geometry, the mathematics that are encoded into these earthworks, somehow it's like a switch that it just turned on Ohio into this paranormal hotspot. And that's my theory. It's a crackpot theory, but it's something I've been thinking about, because I'm like, what is everything? The crop circles, the most famous crop circles in Ohio, are right across the road from Serpent Mound. If you Google crop circle Ohio, you'll see the thing with the eye shape. That was literally, when I say it's right across the road, it's right across the road
from the mound. Yeah.
Our friend Jeffrey Wilson's the guy that photographed that back then. This is 2003.
Yeah.
And so he had to fly a plane. This is before drones. So that famous photograph that you see is our friend Jeffrey took that. That's how he ended up coming down to Serpent Mound. So he studied this crop circle, had never been there.
Yeah.
He lives right next door now.
He found it
never
by accident.
left. Never left. So these people get pulled in.
Same with Tom.
Tom, same thing.
Tom was hunting trilobites and lived in Detroit.
Yeah,
was building Cadillacs, he said. And somebody knew that he dug these prehistoric trilobites and said, hey, the highest concentration of those is in, what was it, Peoples County or Locust Grove, Ohio. And he's like, I'm moving there.
Yeah.
He's never left. He just moved down there and started digging those. And so it seems like a big magnet to pull people in a certain way of, like, if you have that sensitivity to it or awareness of it, or it draws on you somehow. Because he brought me there for my first experience at Serpent Mound. This has been in Ohio for how long? This isn't new. Like, they didn't just build this.
No.
How does that? We'd have never heard about this.
We never grew up. We never took a field trip. Never heard about it in school. Never learned about earthworks. Never learned about Serpent Mound, which is the largest effigy mound in the world. So it is the most famous effigy mound in the world. And it's up for UN World Heritage Site, which may or may not be a good thing. That's a whole debate. Once the UN comes in, you got to have a certain parking lot space. You got to have, structures. You got to have ability to hold massive amounts of tourists. Like if you ever been to Stonehenge or any of those places, it's wild, man.
Yeah.
There's just so many people that go in and out of there. So,
if it starts getting that much attraction, though, you kind of have to do something. Otherwise you're just gonna have people flooding the street and parking 4 miles.
It's not manageable right now. It's been featured on Ancient Aliens. It's been featured on every historical show on History, National Geographic. A lot of times it'd be Tom or Ross Hamilton or Jeffrey that they'll contact. If you guys are familiar with the Ancient Apocalypse, the Graham Hancock series that was on Netflix, our buddy Jeffrey was featured in episode 6 on that program. So if any of you guys have ever seen that, he lives, when I say next door to Serpent Mound, he lives next door to Serpent Mound, and he made his way there researching crop circles. So like I said, and now you have Dusty Ruth. You guys might be familiar with Dusty. But he spent an entire summer this past year in the Serpent Mound, Adams County area, searching for Bigfoot, because there's been so many sightings in the area, and it's not known necessarily as a Sasquatch hotspot. More or less, the lake where Ohio Bigfoot Festival, Salt Fork Lake, and kind of that region of Ohio is where a lot of your, Minerva, Ohio, that's the Minerva monster. This is kind of your arc of Appalachia. So the Kentucky and West Virginia border. I mean, we got some deep woods. Them hills you get real turned around in them quick. People they think Ohio is all cornfields, which where we grew up on the western side of Ohio is mostly cornfields. Right. But I mean, you go down to Hocking Hills and beyond.
I was just there.
It's deep.
It's wild.
There's no doubt that there's some weird stuff that could live in them forest.
Oh, absolutely.
You guys have a lot of cave systems in that area, or no?
One more time, Anthony.
A lot of cave systems in that area.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So a big hot spot, the Old Man's Cave. That's in the Hocking Hills
Yeah, I was
region.
just there. So I was just at Ash Cave, which is impressive. They also called it, I think, the Whispering Cave because, I mean, you have to imagine the structure goes up a couple hundred feet, and it scoops out, and it kind of like corkscrews up. But they know that the Native Americans were there. They found so much sediment and ash from all the fires they burned and the natural protection it gave. And just, it's so wild. The water's just running off of it, just like a natural shower faucet. I mean, just, you get down in those areas, it's wild.
One of the things we've talked about on here is the missing 411 clusters.
Oh, yeah.
The missing 411 clusters line up almost perfectly with the major cave systems of the U.S.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, here's the map of it.
Oh,
if you look
God.
Absolutely, dude.
So look at that bottom one.
We have a
bottom one's the caves.
We have a good theory on that, and I don't know if it's true or not, but what I believe they're using these cave systems as a highway.
I think so too.
Sure. So you want a little validation on that, Anthony? I want to say I just read an article that they were talking about lava tubes on the moon. And how if there are these lava tubes on the moon that they could potentially house astronauts in those, right? Like as a structure, basically.
Right.
And then somebody on Twitter was like, couldn't somebody already be doing that on Earth? We have cave systems. We have lava tubes. We have not only beyond that, we, if you want to go conspiratorial on that, but we know we dig these massive underground tunnels and chambers. And whether there is a train that's all connected underneath the U.S. and these cave systems, I wouldn't put it past it. But we know that there are natural cave systems that are massive, like Mammoth Cave in Kentucky, right? Goes up some 400 miles, I believe, up into New York. It stretches.
I think it extends all the way to Maine.
Somebody
huge.
One of the geologists let a satellite buoy go in one of the river systems in a cave.
Oh.
And it popped out. Where did it pop out? 600 miles away?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
In another riverbed in another state. So obviously
that's so weird to think about.
Yeah.
So you got to think about almost like the layers of, so we're on, my house is built on this ground, but below we think it's just solid all the way down, and maybe it's more kind of,
it's fourth
there
dimensional.
Are these tubes or almost kind of Stranger Thing tunnels under there that,
well,
who knows?
We've actually gone a little bit further on our cave theory too. Talking about tree knocks and all that stuff. DA's quote is, "I don't think Bigfoot's walking around in the forest carrying a Louisville Slugger."
Right.
We actually think that's a loud.
We don't think the tree knocks are tree knocks. We think
that's echolocation.
They're in the form of echolocation. I think they're doing it with their mouth, and I think that's how they navigate underground.
There's a tribe in Africa that does it with their tongue, but it's so loud, it sounds like somebody hitting a tree with a bat.
Whoa!
There are cases of people with full blindness that have taught themselves to navigate using clicking of their tongue. Yeah. So it's not something that's a crazy way out there or out of left field theory. If they're indeed making this noise with their tongue, then them being able to listen to the echo of that to navigate below ground is completely within the realm of possibility. I mean, I'm not a Bigfoot, but I can make that noise pretty damn loud with my tongue.
Yeah.
And think about it, if you were a Bigfoot, DA, obviously they've been known to be reported 9, 10, however tall and width and girth. I'm sure they can put a little roar behind that. The loudest primate on the planet is a howler monkey. Pound for pound, those things can guttural just put that out. So just with that cavity in space, I'm sure they could put out a very forceful sound wave when they click.
Well, there are stories of the USGS going in deep cave dives, like especially in the Mammoth Cave systems. And it's not like going to the Amazon where you can just have supply drops dropped in by plane or helicopter. They've got to go in, establish a base camp, bring in a bunch of supplies, go further, establish a base camp, ferry more supplies even farther.
Right.
In order to get deeper and deeper, they've got to make these supply trains. So it takes what would normally take somebody a week to walk might take them months to go because it's so deep and it's so time consuming to bring those supplies in. But there's a couple of stories floating around from USGS workers that worked in the Mammoth Cave system of getting 2 and 3 days deep and finding backpacks and bones.
Yeah, bones.
Sure. Wow.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
There
our
was a
big cave
geologist.
system.
There was a
Like One-Eyed Willie,
Well,
Chester Copperpot.
Chester Copperpot.
you
Yep.
guys,
Or like people that have gone missing, they'll
Yeah.
find their supplies
Oh,
way deeper underground than any human could get.
I see where you're going with that now.
there was supposedly a
Took
geologist
there. Taken
crew
there.
that went in. I think it was Tennessee or Kentucky.
I think it was Kentucky.
And she wrote. It was a female. She wrote in to a friend of DA's of the show that that has
Dixie
his,
Cryptid.
yeah.
Cam Buckner
Okay.
from Dixie Cryptid.
Cam Buckner, he does his own podcast. He reads stories from people. This lady wrote in, and she was a geologist. She doesn't do it anymore. They went into this cave system, and they went in, and they found backpacks. They found rifles.
It's like 3 days in.
3 days
Whoa.
in, but they got attacked by something. And all she described was it was big and hairy. Her friends got out. She went another way down the cave system, and she came out in another state 2 days
Oh,
later.
yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
that-
dozens of miles away.
And she
I mean,
knew the cave system.
Dude.
That would add a lot of, to the missing 411 with the cave system, with the actual locations of the people when they do go missing and how they could be in a group
Yep.
and not a trace is found, right? Like,
Well, and they say they
no-
disappear.
No scent of the dogs. The
Right.
dogs don't pick up the scents.
well,
And
not
they-
only
and-
that,
and they
Dogs
don't
refuse
wanna
to track.
that's
Right.
it.
Yes,
That's it.
they refuse. To
I've
track,
worked
yep.
with tracking dogs. Robbie used to actually, be a
Trained.
dog handler.
He was trained.
He's still a cop. I'm a retired cop. I've worked with these dogs that are trained to track people. They live to get out of the truck and
Right.
get on the scent. And when
Right.
they just like whirl around like, nope, I'm done.
Wow. Right.
That is totally outside of character for these dogs.
right.
Yeah, it's,
Oh
So,
yeah.
maybe-
Those dogs are chomping at the bit. You
Maybe
ever
they
see 'em
can
load 'em
smell
up?
the Sasquatch. If it is
They
Bigfoot.
smell a threat.
remember-
They smell something
That's-
they don't know, and it scares them.
it's
So
just
you
like
think-
we
So
talked about-
remember
think-
our buddy
But you think
Justin?
Bigfoot's a carnivore of humans?
I
he's
I
just-
certainly believe so. Yes.
Hey,
I
You think
believe it
so?
does.
well,
I-
they've been known to track deer for
Either
sure.
way.
Certain ones, yeah.
You can't get that big living on twigs and berries.
No.
Yeah.
No,
And
you're
they've
right.
got to be
you're right.
taking in a tremendous amount of protein to support a body that size.
I
Now,
mean,
are they omnivorous? Will they grab berries? And sure, absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We can see that with grizzly bears. Grizzly bears are huge, but grizzly bears will eat elk. Grizzly bears
Yeah.
will take down moose.
Right.
And I've made this comparison before, but I don't think you guys have heard me say it. If you're a Bigfoot and you're in the woods and you're looking for an easy meal, which is going to be easier to catch? A deer running 40 miles an hour down the trail, or some kind of pair of Birkenstocks with an iPod on?
Right. 100%.
That's a good point.
Well,
That's a good point.
Our buddy Justin England, I don't know if you guys are the Cryptids of the Corn podcast. They're from
Nice.
Ada, Ohio. And I know Justin's a big fan of yours, DA, and he's actually mentioned you when we had you on our show. So they came on our show, and we didn't realize that Justin had his own Bigfoot encounter, and that's kind of how he got into podcasting and started the show. And but when he was a teenager, and they had the cattle dog.
Oh yeah.
That is just I don't know if you've ever been around the Blue Heeler. Stoner actually is the owner
Very
of
familiar
a
with
cattle
Blue
dog,
Heelers.
but
Yeah, we got them here in Florida. We use for hog hunting. We use them for
yeah,
hog
Yep.
they're intense.
Yep, they're
Intense.
working dogs.
They're
They have a
fearless.
job.
They're fearless
Yeah.
dogs.
And that dog, he said it was us, you know what? And it wasn't afraid of anything.
Yeah, it was a honey
right.
badger.
And they had all these weird things. Maybe sometime you'll get to talk to John. I don't want to tell his story, but just the dog would not move on past the path.
Yeah.
Right.
And
That's not uncommon with, especially a lot of these missing 411 cases. Those are the ones that I find
Yep.
the most interesting when the tracking dogs are like, nope, I'm done, not doing
yeah,
it.
that's so wild.
And they
But
stop right there.
You wonder, is there a residue? Is there a scent in the air?
I
Is
said
there?
that. I said there's a pheromone they're giving off, I believe, just like
Okay.
a gorilla
Yep.
does.
Yeah,
When it marks
I
its
could buy that.
territory, a gorilla marks
Primate.
its territory as a primate. like we do. Dogs will piss over other dogs' piss.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Rolo every 5 feet.
Yeah,
my dog.
That's my dog too.
So I think it's giving off a scent that we can't smell, but the dogs are smelling.
Right.
Where it's like, you know what? All right, this thing's mean, nasty, and I'm not going any further.
I mean,
right. Well, you know that Justin, the Sasquatch they had on their farm in near Ada, Ohio. Like I said, it's in the cornfields, but he felt like they were passing through from time to time.
Right.
That they were actually migrating through that part of Ohio, which generally is not thought of as being Sasquatch territory.
Right.
Now they have some river valleys. I think the Wabash River or something goes through there, so it gets a little woody. But they're
Mikey. Let me ask you a question. Wasn't there a story up by it in that area where the family was being harassed?
So that's Minerva, the
Minerva
monster.
monster.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Minerva monster.
That got involved. The sheriff and the sheriff.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yep, that's the Minerva monster, which is more on the southwestern side of Ohio. That's where it's in the hills,
right?
Very wooded, and that's where you kind of traditionally. That's the Sasquatch, the Grassman Triangle.
Okay,
so that's like one of the top upper points is Minerva of the Grassman Triangle.
Okay.
And that's where you have the Ohio Grassman, the Minerva monster, the there was another one that the Bog Creek monster.
Yeah.
That's more in like Urbana Piqua, which isn't generally considered. I mean, it's pretty wooded and hilly in that, outside of Bell Fountain.
Who knows? I mean, again, it's tough to judge their patterns if they're moving, migrating.
Yeah.
There's plenty of space, and if they're using a cave system that we don't know about.
Yeah, and the Dogman was the Defiance Dogman.
Right.
Which Defiance is closer to Ada and Lima. So the Ada, where this Bigfoot was harassing these folks on this farm.
Right.
That's also where the Predator Bigfoot sighting is outside of Lima, Ohio.
Oh, what's that guy's name? Bruce Maccabee. Yeah, from the Missing 411, The Hunted. Right. Yeah. So Bruce Maccabee is I don't know what he is.
I love that the Hunted.
He has some kind of degree or PhD, and his wife was out hunting, and she. Was taking pictures on her phone, and
she saw a UFO too, or someone in the same area saw.
That was at the high school football game.
That's right.
That was at the high school football game.
The one in the tree that looked like a predator that was cloaked.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. So then, when she took photos, though, Bruce was able to look at it and kind of analyze the pictures that she had. So she had a couple normal pictures of herself, and then she had the one really odd one, and he, in the video, I remember him saying this one's this many pixels by this many, and that's an acceptable number. And this one and this one. And he goes, the only one that isn't is this photo.
Right.
And there's no way to do that setting on your phone. Even there's no way to.
I seen that when he was talking about it. Yeah.
I mean, it gives me the chills still.
We have a theory about that. All three of us.
Let's hear it.
Their hair is hollow shafted. There's no
clear,
like a polar bear.
Yeah,
exactly. So
absolutely.
If you look at it under a microscope, it does change colors. Whatever's around it. So
we have a white one in Ohio.
Right, and it's like what we said. It's the perfect ghillie suit.
Well, I actually saw something that proves that. I had an encounter just up the road, this little spot that me and a couple of my guys from up here. And we were, what I say, DA, about 3.5 feet apart.
Yeah.
And we were looking at it, but we were looking at different directions. Like Johnny was looking up this way, and I was looking up this way. And I saw more of a dark, almost color of my hat, and Johnny saw more of a light brown. We were looking at the exact same thing, but the sun was hitting it at different angles from where we were looking.
Really?
That makes sense.
Totally changed the color.
So changing the color, but I mean, I've heard more than one story too of not just color change, but like almost like that predator translucent glossy.
That clear hair shaft. If they're transitioning from one background to another, would get that weird effect.
Kind of overlay
I think
digital.
I think that's why you can't get a clear picture of one unless it's standing still. We had MK Davis on the show, and he showed some clips that he'd isolated from I can't remember what footage it was, the Paul Freeman film,
Yep.
And he isolated some footage, and there was a black Bigfoot that he's filming on a camcorder, and you can see this thing walking on the camera. It stops in front of a tree and disappears.
It changes.
It didn't go through a portal. It blended in perfectly with that tree, and you don't see it again until it starts moving.
And the foliage was green. This one was black, and when it walked,
it was completely black
and stopped. It was like green foliage completely behind it, and it was black, and it completely vanished.
Right.
Yeah, and that was right on video. There. We were just astounded.
And as soon as it started moving again, you saw it was in the exact same spot as where it's when you lose it in the frame. And when I say lose it, I just mean it just completely stops moving, and you can't see it anymore. And then it keeps moving. It's the exact same spot.
Right.
It didn't disappear here and reappear over here. It stopped in front of one particular tree and just vanished. And when he started moving closer, it decided to move on. As soon as it started moving, you could see it again. But it disappeared right before our eyes.
Yeah.
It's like the movie. Remember Harry and the Hendersons?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They all started turning around.
You remember the end of the movie when they all turned around? You're like, oh, shit, there they are. In the movie.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it did, man.
Well, it's like every deer I've ever shot. The deer had been there for a while. I just didn't see it until it moved.
Yeah.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
I got another friend that showed me a video. We were talking about the same exact thing, and he said, well, let me show you this video. He's got a friend whose wife is a research biologist from England or whatever, and she's researching doll sheep. And he showed me this video, and it just looks like this rocky outcrop that you'd see in Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, wherever. And the camera guy starts moving closer. Camera never changes. You're still seeing this rocky outcrop. All of a sudden, there's 50 to 100 of them sheep that just materialize almost and start running down the hill.
Whoa.
But you could not see them until they started moving. They started moving, and it was like they were everywhere.
Well, you had a question in the chat for you guys.
Yeah,
had a question in the chat for you guys. They want to know how far back the history of Bigfoot in Ohio goes.
Well, the Iroquois, the Cherokee, all had stories of Bigfoot, and even going back to, Ohio was formed 1803 is when we became a state, but there were settlers. It took a long time for the Delaware River Valley and Virginians really established Ohio as a territory after essentially the Revolutionary War. A lot of generals and their families and captains all were able to claim land. Starting a lot of it was in southern Ohio. That's where my family, on my mother's side, kind of traces their history back to. But as soon as people were moving in and settling in Appalachia, there were sightings, which goes back to, like I said,
I'd say it's
1700s. The trappers and those folks before, which there wasn't a lot of records and stuff, but as soon as educated people from Virginia moving in, their town hall reports, Sasquatch and the giant skeletons and those kind of reports.
Oh,
as
yeah,
well.
Man.
There's well documented, which some people think, maybe the giant skeletons are all Sasquatch, and there was just a giant population of, maybe they lived with the Native Americans together.
Well, supposedly they did. They traded a lot back then, from what we understand, because we have a couple of friends that are Native American that know work in the history in their background. A lot of their stories growing up as kids. They were told that they traded with them, and a lot of them didn't trade with them because they would steal children, steal women. So that you had your nice clans, and then you had your bad clans.
Sure.
The red bearded giants and the black bearded giants.
It would make sense if they saw what was going on. They're like, all right, we're just going to go back. We know where this cave system is, and, society built up around them, and they're still just rocking away like they've always been, just a little bit more on, kind of low key level. They don't maybe waltz around as freely. But that's super wild.
I was just saying, I never believed, like me, I never believed in this subject. I used to laugh at people.
Oh, same. I thought Bigfoot was crazy.
Off at people. I'd be like, "You're crazy." And I had my sighting when I was out hunting in Florida.
Wow.
Right, and I went, okay.
Yeah.
What the hell? And I looked at it through a rifle scope, so I got a good look at it. So
what?
Yeah.
How
it was about 150, 200 yards out, and I didn't notice it. It was in an opening, and around the opening, it was telephone lines, poles running, and we were running hog dogs. I had 2 pit bulls on a swamp buggy with me, and we stopped to have lunch, and it was all open, bunch of little bushes and trees, and that was about it next to these telephone poles. And I just happened to pick my head up, and I'm looking out, see what's crossing in this open area, and it just happened to move its head like this, and I was like, "What the hell is that?" And I put the rifle up with the scope, and I'm looking, and I thought it was somebody joking with us when I first seen it. And then I got really, I zoomed it in. I was like, "No."
Wow.
And I handed the rifle to my buddy, and he's like, "What the frig is that?"
Really?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
did you guys keep on it until it moved off, or was it kind of like
we just walked off into the palmettos and kept going? And that explains a lot of things that would happen at hunt camp. You know, we thought it was raccoons or possums, or they get into the cooler, and then you'd hear things that, bro, I've been deep in the swamp, running dogs and chasing hogs, and I've never experienced anything to what I seen that day. Now, Robbie and DA will tell you, man. I'm even if I'm fishing, I got it. My right, there's an AR-15 in my truck, and there's a pistol on my side when I'm out fishing somewhere now.
Ooh!
Wow!
I don't.
Wow!
Freaked you out?
It scared the shit out of me.
The AR-15,
and I wouldn't imagine, Anthony, you're someone that scares super easy.
Well, it's the same as Robbie and DA. I mean, it's not,
Yeah.
You don't realize you're the biggest, baddest predator anymore. You're like, this thing's pretty big.
Right.
Oh, yeah. You get that sense really quickly, like the tables have turned.
Yeah.
It's not a fun, not a fun
and
spot.
I had a 308 bolt action rifle on it with ballistic tips, and I was like, no.
Wow.
It'll hurt it, but the size of it was just, you ever see Batista, the wrestler?
Yeah, I met him.
Met him at the Indy 500.
I met him at the Indy 500 this year, believe it or not.
Picture Batista with all the hair on him.
He's my God, Batista's huge.
Right. That's what I saw.
Like ripped too.
Yeah, but it had like more of a Native American face.
Okay.
Like Aborigine, Native American. It wasn't.
Wow, interesting.
It didn't look ape looking at all.
Yeah.
Like this one?
Yeah, exactly. Just like that.
Wow. Get out, really?
Whoa, dude.
God,
is this from that book you were talking about?
No, these were sent to us. These were sent to us by William Nighthawk. He's a Lakota shaman, a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Get out. That's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's what it looked like. Yeah, man.
Amazing.
That's what it looked like through the scope. Holy cow.
But it didn't see the hair, how nice and neat it was. This thing looked like it was a Rastafarian with the hair. It was just
shreds,
mangled and matted and nastified, and it wasn't like that clean. But the face,
I'll tell you what,
that's an incredible image, dude.
Those really make me think of the red-haired giants or Kincaid and the.
I'll be happy to
Grand
send you guys copies of those.
Oh yeah, that would be fantastic.
Those are so amazing.
Awesome.
Like me, I've never seen a dog man. I've never seen.
I've never seen. Same.
Oh God, no. We have a friend that has in North Carolina, believe it or not. Well, maybe you could. There's swampland, the coastal Carolina region. In between basically like Wilmington and Surf City. There's military bases around there too. It's. I mean,
Camp
I've driven on a back road.
Camp Lejeune's got a lot of.
It's really close to Camp Lejeune.
Yeah, there's several stories. I've done one of my shows on that. There's a lot of them coming out of Camp Lejeune.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This was like reported as
Fort Leonard Wood as well.
Yep.
About 4 foot tall, not the giant dog man, but this kind of like ripped, more dog than man type of, and then ran on all four. We got up on 2 legs, but when it took off, it was on all 4s.
I
And
think
it wasn't
Dogman
your
is predominantly on all fours. That's just
Yeah.
my personal theory. I think it spends most of its time on all fours because I've taken several accounts of people that said when they saw it, it approached them on all fours, and just before it stood up, they heard a popping sound like somebody popping their knuckles. I think it can change the morphology of its hands. Much like how a gorilla will fold its hands down to knuckles to run on, I think it does something very similar.
Almost like takes a joint and pops it another direction to.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's my theory.
Okay. I'd already be scared with the Dogman. If I start hearing this popping noise and he starts morphing, I'm gonna have way too much of a silver bullet, you know.
I think that's why a lot of times bodies of dogmen have been found and they didn't realize what they had. Have you seen the picture that came from that rancher in Montana that shot a wolf that weighed like 300 pounds? It covered the entire tailgate of his truck. That picture's been floating around for a while. This thing is massive. And he's like, this is no wolf I've ever seen. This thing is huge. However, had the morphology of its hands been up and it been standing on its hind legs, it would have been a big animal. I raised mastiffs for a while, and my English mastiff, he could put his paws on my shoulders and look me in the face, and he was still leaned out. If he could have stood erect on his hind legs, he'd have been 7.5 feet tall, and that's just a dog.
Yeah, those are huge dogs. Yeah,
it's a really good point. It's a really good point.
You guys never seen that picture of that wolf?
No, I would love to see that.
I thought it was fake though.
No,
I didn't know if that was.
Let me see if I can find it. I know I've got a copy of it.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's kind of thing. I would like to see a Dogman. I'd like to see a Sasquatch.
They were trying to prove that it had dire wolf DNA in it because it was so big.
Oh, well, dire wolf ranged in America.
Yeah,
you know, we had dire wolf here. We had saber-toothed cats. We had basically the weird rhinoceros.
There's jaguars in Texas right now that they got on video.
Yeah, heard that. Someone in our comments talked about a Black Panther sighting in Ohio.
Cable, Ohio. I don't even know where that's at. But
not really all that, fairly recently.
That's all it is. It's pigment. It's a pigment analogy in their skin. That's all it is.
Right.
I've got another picture of it somewhere, but this is the only one I can find rapidly. And look at the shape of the head on this. The head shape itself looks different, and you can tell by the size of its head as compared to the tailgate just how big this thing is.
Dude.
Holy
I've seen that.
hell.
I thought it was fake. I didn't know what was going on.
I've seen the other pictures. They shot this thing.
It's laying on the tailgate.
That's
basically
huge.
That's basically a freaking dire wolf, and that's what I think dogmen are. I think they are relic populations of dire wolves that have evolved to be able to do that. Much like early wolves came to our fires, and we had food and couches, so we domesticated dogs. I think the dire wolves just went another direction.
Right.
I mean,
makes sense.
I mean, there are breeds of dogs. Because I've seen, well, my bull mastiff was able to do it. But there are breeds of dogs that can grip things with their paws. I've seen it happen. My bull mastiff, when we'd go to the park with the boys would go up the slide and slide down, and he would go right up the ladder behind him and right down the slide.
Mm-hmm.
Did it all the time. The boys loved it.
That's so wild.
He was able to grip that front step and just right up the ladder he went. Didn't even slow him down, just right up it.
That's incredible.
I don't think we give the wild nature out there enough credit yet that we still haven't discovered, in the cryptid realm. And again, I thought Sasquatch stories were just stories for a long time until I just started listening to a lot more stories of hunters.
I recently
people that are in the woods a lot.
Believe in the floating mushrooms in the sky and the jellyfish.
Sky jellyfish
creatures and biological UFOs and sky creatures. I'm like, when it got laid out in front of me, I'm like,
it started making sense.
Upper atmospheric creatures and sky cryptids, essentially.
If you look at it kind of like the Earth, like it's one big sphere, which it is. But if you look at it like at the depths of the ocean, at the bottom of the Challenger Deep, how dense water is. But the shallower it gets, the less dense it becomes. And there are density layers that submarines have to go through that it's a completely different type of water. They'll go through these thermal climbs, they'll go through these density layers, and it's the water is the hydrodynamics is different from layer to layer. Now, if you look at that, What's that up for? Hang on.
I didn't put that up at all.
How did that get put up?
I have no idea. I didn't touch it.
Hang on.
I got it.
Robbie.
But
I got you.
But anyway,
No, I got.
if you think of it
I
like,
got another picture of the wolf coming up.
If you think of that like how the bottom of the Challenger Deep, it is super dense. Yeah, that's
There
a big
you go.
wolf.
Look how shaggy that thing is.
Big son of a gun. Jeez. So man,
someone said
got
that
him in the back almost.
They
they shot the shit out of it to bring it down. It was killing
Right.
cattle.
I have seen that video of that husky walking in the woods, and that wolf comes out.
That thing just dwarfs it.
Yeah,
Dude, that's a dire.
wolf.
That reminds me of what's on the back of that pickup truck.
That
more
wolf
than
just
anything.
dwarfs that husky.
That
But
thing
like I
is
was saying about the Challenger Deep, I mean, water's super dense, and as you go up, there's these thermal climbs, these layers where the water's density changes. But at the surface, it becomes air. What if air is mostly just water vapor? What if that's just a different thermal climb?
That's exactly what I said to Justin when he said it, when he started
We all
mentioning it.
live in the ocean. We just exist at different densities.
You're 100% correct.
We're living
Absolutely.
in water.
Well, and think about
now.
it then. We're thinking of them in
How
terms
much of
of
air is water?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and also different densities for those. You wouldn't be. You'd be probably translucent. You wouldn't be up there and be a color, because just how animals work in the water, right? The belly of a great white is white. The top is dark. So you can't see it from top down. You can't see it from the bottom up. So if they're in the sky, they probably would be camouflaged from us, right?
Right.
So how would we know?
It hurt
because
my head.
things at lower levels prey on the stuff above them.
Right.
Yep.
But if they're up in the sky, their
Like
body
way up.
is going to look like the sky, basically.
Yeah.
It's going to reflect back down, or they're just going to blend in. We would never see
Makes
them.
sense.
I think it's a great theory.
How much of our body is water?
70%.
70%, something like that.
I think it's somewhere in the 70 to 80.
It's a lot.
I think it's like
And
70.
dehydration will kill you. You have to
Yes.
have that moisture in your body.
Yeah.
Yes.
4 days without water. You can go a long time without eating food.
Yeah,
So
but no,
it's,
yeah.
3 minutes without air,
3.
3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. I believe
Mm-hmm.
that's the rule of 3.
Say it again. 3 days without water.
It's 3 minutes without air, 3
Okay.
3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. I believe that's the rule of 3. Robbie, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Wow.
3 weeks without food. I've never
Don't
gotten
get
that
lost
close.
in the woods.
Man,
Yeah.
I think I could make it on some of that stuff just because.
You got no body fat, bud.
Well, I
Look
need
how
to-
long
I
some of
need
those
to
guys that
heft
would go on
up.
hunger strikes, how long they lasted.
Right.
Well, I kind of have an innate weirdness where I don't eat unless I'm hungry, and sometimes I'll eat a whole pizza, and then there are other times, for 2 days, I'm like, I haven't really eaten anything. I'm not that hungry. I might have coffee or water.
You're not built like me, Robbie, DA, and Mikey. I could see that. Yeah.
Right, dude.
You're not built like that. No.
I eat when my brain says I need to have food. Usually, I always hated scheduled meal times when I was a kid. My mom would fill up all kinds of food on my plate. I'd be like, I'm not even hungry, and now I have to eat this.
I'd hate to be stuck on a desert island with you. Really, I would. I would.
You would get the lion's share of the food, though, bud.
I know, and I'd be out there hunting it because I enjoyed it. Be out there like I always said in the movie Castaway, if I was on that island and I showed up and there was only coconut, just end the movie. I would kill myself right then. But if there's pineapple, don't ever come looking for me.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. I have an island
You
with
could-
pineapple and crabs.
You couldn't
and
exist.
fish.
You couldn't exist on just pineapple. You ever notice when you eat too much pineapple, the roof of your mouth and your tongue gets real rough? There's an enzyme in pineapple that breaks down protein. That's why they cook so much ham with it. Pineapple is eating you back when you eat pineapple.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go, bub.
It's like a battle.
Just got some DA wisdom about pineapple.
But think about all that ceviche you could make.
Yeah.
That's nice. I'm telling you, don't come looking for me.
The worst thing to drink is coconut water.
Why is that?
It'll run right through you. It's a diuretic.
Oh.
Interesting.
Stayed on an island off the coast of Belize a couple of years ago, right? My wife usually plans some very adventurous, we call them vacations, but it's really like it's a trip. Like you're going to come back worn out. So we went out to this little 5-acre island, and they have coconut trees everywhere, and a huge storm had rolled in, right? So for like 3 or 4 nights in a row, it was nothing but door got blown open a few nights by a storm. There's just deep ocean raging, and you're on this like super Gilligan's Island 5-minute walk across each side of this place.
Oh, nice.
And these coconuts are dropping, and I'm telling her legitimately, like 10 people a year die by coconuts hitting them in the head. Like that's a real statistic, and I'm not going to be one on this little island. I'm making it back to shore.
Not this
guy. They would drop,
with the coconuts than the coconut crabs.
Yeah.
Oh, the coconut crab is the freakiest thing.
Those things will eat you.
It could take your arm off.
100%.
I have one.
Literally
They're good eating. I've had one, man.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
I bet.
Yeah, really good eating. Yes.
I mean, they get up into the 20s, 30s pounds, right? Like they're like little bulldogs.
Yeah. And they're slow. Monsters. They're not fast. They move really slow.
Yeah. So easy to catch and easy to eat then, I guess.
Yeah, they're good, man. Very good.
Hungry.
I know, it's making me, I'm thinking about Red Lobster, some food.
He's going to be dying. Don't get
Miss Naoma from Naoma Finn Storyteller, the channel. She was, she used to be one of the co-hosts here. She just sent me another picture of that wolf that gives you kind of a better perspective.
Okay.
Jesus.
Wow, that's a dire wolf. That's what popped out of the woods on that husky.
Look,
man.
so that's like one of those carts you get at Lowe's.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
And that sucker is, I guarantee, is hanging off the back end where the handle is.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like the tail and maybe part of the hind legs would be hanging off.
Right.
Just look at that head, man. It's so long, you know?
They should have had somebody almost sit next to it, or because it's always tough for, people to get scale. I mean, you can see them in the background, even their legs, but
That thing's
like you said, you
monstrous.
see something that can eat you in the wild, whether it's I've seen a grizzly bear in the wild. It's not cool. Like, you get it because you're like, you're not going to win. If they want to win, you don't get to win. There's just no way about it. Like,
we saw mountain lion prints in Sedona, hiking in Sedona.
That'll scare you.
That was wild.
I rounded a corner on the trail with hiking up in the Rockies and came literally nose to nose with a grizzly.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Blood runs.
Fortunately, it wasn't hungry, or I just didn't look tasty.
Dude, you got luck. Yeah, I mean, somebody's looking out for you that day.
He probably realized I was high in the bad cholesterol.
I had
no, not him. No.
I had 4 acres here in Florida that I had.
I got to watch my HCL.
I had 4 acres here in Florida that I owned, and there was a family. It was a mother and 2 cubs, 2 kittens, Florida Panther. And we got pictures of this thing sitting on people's porches.
Oh my gosh.
Just sitting there like this. And it's looking through the glass door, the storm door, into the house.
Wow.
It makes me think of those videos from usually, I want to say India, where like a jaguar or a leopard is wild in like the village and just slashing at people and jumping on these. You're like, that is, and that's in an urban environment.
Right.
Yeah, what I can't understand is like the Florida Panthers here, they're not aggressive.
Yeah.
Now, you go to California, you go to mountain, it's the same cat.
Right.
Okay, a cougar and a Florida Panther and a mountain lion is the same cat. It's just in different areas.
Right.
Why are they so more aggressive up there than they are here in Florida?
I would say maybe just less game there, just in Florida.
Game is far less plentiful.
I don't know if they're very fond of eating aquatic animals or being in the water. I don't know their habits on that.
Good down in the swamp.
But yeah, there's still enough. There's more year round too, so
they
they're
don't
probably less.
Man. I mean, if you see one, they scoot right off. They're gone.
Oh, wow.
They're very, very skittish here.
Yeah, the California ones, they will creep on you and they follow your trails. We were actually in Denali a couple years ago. We were going through the national park, and they were talking about, I don't remember who said it, if it was one of the tour guides or my wife's friend who lives up there. Girl was running, jogging, wearing headphones, pack of wolves. Just took her down.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, if you're going to be hiking any of those backcountry trails, you need to be situationally aware. You need to watch your surroundings.
100%.
There's no way I would be out in the deep woods with headphones on. Just wouldn't happen.
No.
Just got too comfortable. Just got too,
That's what happens. You get laxy.
People forget that we're not the top of the food chain out there.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's Miss Naoma sent me this picture for scale.
God,
Okay, so that's
a pen. That's a ballpoint pen.
Whoa! Oh my
the center of
gosh!
the ear to the chap of the mouth.
That's
right
so crazy.
Wow.
So basically, from tip of ear to tip of nose, what does that look like? About 3 ink pens long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say something close to that.
So that's about 18 inches. Those pens are about 6 inches.
Yeah,
that's about right. Yeah, absolutely. That's a big head.
That is a big noggin.
Yeah. I just, again, even with those and the was the dire wolf with the guy with his dog, where it's kind of it almost looks like it's glitching. That's the weirdest part about that video. Is I don't know if it's just bad
frame rate.
But that's the part that freaks me out the most. It looks like it's like
there's a good video of it that you can see this thing when it gets up. It's laying on the ground.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's pouncing,
barking at it, and you're like, "What is that?" And all of a sudden, it stands up, and you're like, "Whoa, shit!"
Yeah.
This thing is massive.
It was stalking. It was stalking it.
Massive, and you're like, "Okay."
No. Oh yeah, I don't know what I would do.
I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
I know the last time when I was on y'all's show, we kind of touched on this a little bit, but it's something I would kind of wanted to revisit, especially now that I got you guys here. What did you guys think of the Ohio Department of Natural Resources putting out that 5-part Bigfoot video series?
Yeah, so John Hickenbottom, we've actually had a chance to meet him and talk to him. We're working on getting him on the show. But straight up scientist. I mean, John Hickenbottom is legit in terms of reputable, grounded human being. And he 100% believes that these are real animals in the forests of Ohio. And these are the things you should know and be educated on them, to the point where he felt compelled to make a 5-part series about the
Those
legend.
are fantastic videos.
And yes,
what I've never.
It's so cool.
What do you? I know what you're talking about, but I've never seen the video.
I'll send you the link, Anthony. I'll post the link in the co-host chat so you can watch them.
All right.
Is that it's one of the only governments in America that have essentially what he's doing is admitting that there are Sasquatch on behalf of a government agency. So there's not many people, and I think in Washington State, they're really open. They're natural resources folks, and they're on an endangered species list, I believe, in Washington. But Ohio's kind of like right there, man.
Yeah, it's picking up,
pushing out there. Hey, we're out in the open now with this.
Yeah,
maybe he just had
something we've talked about on our channel here. We've talked about quite a bit. Is we think that the government has been doing what I like to refer to as soft disclosures.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the state of Florida, straight up outlawed hunting skunk apes. The state of Oklahoma put a $3 million bounty out on one brought in alive. Up in the Pacific Northwest, you're starting to see like trails that are marked. Possible Sasquatch habitat. Be careful when you leave the trail. That kind of thing. We're getting marked trails. One day last week, my wife and I went down to one of the casinos down in Miami, Oklahoma. And she likes to gamble. And I'm not a gambler, but I take her down and let her play once in a while because she really enjoys it. But I was having a drink, and they were having a big meeting there of guys from the U.S. Forestry Service. I saw 20 cars with the Forestry Service logo on the door. Wow. And I was like, what the hell are they doing here? And then I actually ran into one while I was at the bar getting a drink and asked him what they were doing. He told me, he says, it's just a bigwig meeting. So I just asked him point blank. And I said, so are you guys going to just come out and admit that Bigfoot is out there? And you know what he did? He picked up his drink and he goes, that's a really good question. And he walked off.
Imagine that.
He didn't deny it. He didn't even try to deny it. He goes, no, that's a really good question. And just picked up his drink and walked away.
Unbelievable.
At this point, what's the harm in saying, yeah, it's really out there if they know?
Right. I agree.
What are they? Is it going to turn into like a Beauty and the Beast scene? We're going to go out and just hunt down all these Sasquatch.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people will never step foot in the woods again. And the Forestry Service, the National Parks brings in $60 billion a year revenue.
It was like 80 billion, I think, was the number we got.
Okay.
Oh, so this might be a monetary thing. So Sasquatch, we're trying to keep you on the quiet.
Not to mention, look what happened in Oregon when they found the endangered spotted owl. It basically shut down logging in the state until they decided what to do about it. You
Exactly.
know, what are they going to do if they admit there's an upright, intelligent hominid in our woods?
And
that we're destroying
money.
God knows how much of its habitat
daily.
Right.
Yeah.
Always follow the money. I mean, that's it right there.
That's why
whether it's like here in Ohio, when there's construction projects and they all of a sudden dig up mounds and they find crazy amounts of artifacts, like here, Indian Lake is a really cool natural lake. You guys it's been in the news recently. There's been some like crazy like mollusks invasion and it's caused basically they've cleaned out all the water. This grass has grown super tall in this lake, but around there were earthworks and mounds all over, and there's tons of legends and ancient stuff, and they're building condos and expanding. And these construction workers dig up, and it's kind of like, well, this is gonna shut her down for a while, boys. Better not report this to Ohio Archaeology or anybody. And so it's a similar situation.
It's gotta have consequences after a while.
The history in Ohio, and there's been so much that's been held back, and so many things that we could be doing to really understand. And why wouldn't Bigfoot be anything different? There's some kind of interest in keeping it quiet. Why do the Men in Black show up when there's Bigfoot sightings?
I mean,
they have to admit a bunch of other things are real then. Is the problem.
Bigfoot's out of the bag, cat's out of the bag.
They would also, by saying we've known about these things for all these years, that would basically be admitting culpability in all the disappearances 100%. In national parks. And we looked it up one time. When you look at National Forest Service, national park lands across the country, there's was it 88 million acres of land set aside? Land we're not even allowed access to today. Right here in the Ozarks, if you look at the Mark Twain National Forest and the Ozark National Forest, which pretty much brush up against each other. Mark Twain's primarily in Missouri and the Ozarks in Arkansas, but right up near the border. If you look at those two forests alone, that's almost 5 million acres of timberland.
Wild. It's nuts.
So I said in national parks and all that area is a
Wayne National Forest preserve. In Ohio. Wayne National Forest, massive, one of the biggest forests, like just massive amounts.
Weren't they doing some fracking down there though at one point as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because I hiked through there right around the time they're getting ready to do that.
Well, they'll sell off little pieces, and within Wayne National Forest, I mean, technically the White Buffalo Ranch and those places are in Wayne National Forest. So there's like parts of private land within National Forest generally. But I mean, we have one of the largest national forests in the world or in the country, and that's Sasquatch sighting central all around. Lake Hope all the way through.
I've been to Lake Hope.
We've got like a string of 12 state parks. It's nuts.
Well, there might be a reason.
Oak State Park.
Think about it.
When we check that 88 million acres, that does not include state parks. That's just national parks.
That's just national. Holy smokes.
It's just national.
It's a cryptid reserve.
Yeah, pretty much.
I told you guys my Teddy Roosevelt theory.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And it blew my mind. Well, and it actually solidified that theory for me.
Right?
I just watched it last night. They had a special on Teddy Roosevelt in his biography that he wrote.
Yeah.
And the guy mentioned the same thing DA said.
No way. Mentioned the diary?
Well, yeah. He said, we believe that was Teddy Roosevelt writing about himself.
Right.
Because he knew.
Well, later, after he was president, he admitted he had a Bigfoot encounter.
Right.
He told it like a campfire story, but he never ever clarified that Bauman incident.
Right.
And Bauman was him.
Yeah.
I 100% believe Bauman was Teddy Roosevelt.
Oh, yeah.
One, Bauman never received a first name.
Roosevelt.
Bauman was never given a first name. Two, nobody ever came forward saying, yeah, that was me. And three, Teddy Roosevelt was a backwoodsman at the time before he went to political office.
100%.
I mean, the guy was a tough son of a gun. I mean, he rode with the Rough Riders of San Juan Hill. He was the Secretary of the Navy. I mean, he hunted big game in Africa. This guy
got shot.
He was on his way to a speech and got shot. And finished the speech before going to the emergency room. How tough was this guy?
They don't make them like that anymore.
Right.
No,
But
the bullet went through his speech and penetrated 3 inches into his chest, and he shrugged it off and gave his speech.
Pull that handkerchief out and just stuff
Basically,
it in
that's
there.
what he did. He unfolded his speech and saw there was blood on it and went, guess I'm going to have to ad-lib part of this.
Wow.
Jeez.
And just
he
think
delivered the speech anyway.
If Bauman was a real person, I mean, it was not Teddy himself. Okay. And this story made as much noise as it did. And it was, if that was a real person, would there not be somebody out there just, hey, that was me, just riding that 15 minutes of fame? The president's talking about you. And
no one ever came forward.
Yeah.
And said, hey, you wrote about me in the book. I would like a little recognition for that. Maybe the guy never read the book. It's entirely possible the guy never knew it was put in the book or whatever. But the fact that he was never given a first name and the incredible level of detail of the Bauman incident, that wasn't somebody that told a campfire story. That was somebody that saw the woods that smelled the smells. I guarantee that was Roosevelt was there.
Wow.
And the guy said the same thing when he was narrating the book last night. He says, I believe he was writing about himself because he couldn't actually put it out there. He knew he was going to be running for president.
It's like a ghostwriter, ghost authoring.
Right.
Yeah. Anthony, send me the link to that show.
I watched that on YouTube last night. I'll send it to you.
Thanks, buddy.
Send it in the co-host chat. I want to see it too.
Okay, I will do that. Yeah, it was crazy.
David Bye is 100% right. Try to get details out of someone from the woods. My family's all hillbillies. I've gotten a few stories from weird things they've seen in the woods, but you don't get, there was this type of thicket. It was, the wind was blowing the smoke in this direction.
Right.
This is what I smelled. You don't get that. They're like, I was camping down near Hull's Ford and heard something in the woods, and that and the story kind of goes from there. But they don't describe the type of foliage. They don't describe how well the trapping was. They don't describe how they set their traps. You don't get that level of detail even from people
Well,
right.
It's like you guys. I mean, you guys were basically raised in the country, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you guys hunt, fish at all, or anything like that?
We fished. Fished a lot.
We're always at the creek.
We grew up in the creek.
Catfish, turtles, snakes, frogs.
St. Mary's is close.
Crawdads. Oh my God. Crawdads. Never went hunting. No, it's something that I've always kind of thought about. Like, if I went hunting, I could get behind it, go shoot a deer, and if I cleaned it and had that meat. But like, I just never had that.
Most people travel to southern Ohio, southern Indiana to go hunt.
Really go hunt. Yeah,
we're like all flat. Basically, like right on the border of Indiana is where we grew up.
Okay, yeah, all right.
And unlike Iowa, Iowa can only deer hunt with a shotgun because a rifle run didn't travel too far.
Yeah,
right, absolutely.
And it's all Holstein farms and chicken coops and
the biggest hill behind my parents' house is the landfill.
Right. The tallest point in the county is
literally looks like a mountain. I said, you guys are going to turn that into a ski resort, aren't you?
By the way, legend has it that's where
Jimmy Hoffa.
Location that Jimmy Hoffa was buried is the landfill in Mercer County, Ohio.
That is a good local legend.
There might actually be some truth to it.
There might actually be a piece of it there.
Yeah, it's just one I've heard so many times. I'm like, yeah, of course. Well, like it's just in the back of my head, but you saying it's so funny. I haven't thought about that since.
So there's a family where we grew up that's famous for making moonshine and sending it to the boys in Chicago, and a group of folks here in Columbus were actually the runners of this really famous liquor that this family where we grew up. The Toby family actually has this amazing whiskey and still has this recipe, in closed circles that they still make. But they provided liquor for all of Chicago, all of Milwaukee. And so, there's that connection.
Well, we can find out what happened to Hoffa. Anthony, you're Sicilian. What'd you guys do with him?
I still got the shovel.
It's so funny. I was just thinking about Hoffa, but this is a bit of a sidetrack from the cryptid. The guy that lost his Bitcoin thumb drive. in the UK, and he petitioned the dump for years. He wanted to dig in there, and it's dangerous. That's cave-ins, and you get in there and start digging, and he found that thumb drive.
He did.
Wow.
He didn't actually have Bitcoin
on it.
Yeah.
He had some other version of Bitcoin. I don't know. I don't know that
some
much
other
about crypto.
altcoin.
Right. So what he thought was like 800 million or whatever. No, he ended up like $1.5 million in the hole.
Oh, because he was down.
Because he put in all the money and the digging and the getting the
Whoops.
But I was just thinking with like Jimmy Hoffa, like that's like the Jimmy Hoffa of the crypto chips that I remember hearing about. So it's like maybe we could still find Hoffa. How would you wouldn't think
they would never to find Hoffa?
They wouldn't have put him in there like whole Hoffa. Right, he's chopped up Hoffa or like bits of.
He went to a wood chipper like Fargo style.
The guy that supposedly killed him.
Yeah.
If you guys watch The Irishman, the movie.
I did.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
You got to watch the documentary. Don't watch the movie. Doesn't give.
Yeah, the movie's not great.
Yeah.
I mean, Scorsese.
I don't watch anything with De Niro in it.
If you watch the documentary,
I just don't like him.
If you watch the documentary is spot on. And this guy says exactly word for word, pound for pound, where he was buried and what they did with him. And he said, I'm on his deathbed. He said it. He goes, I wasn't part of it, but I know who was. I know where they put him. You'll never find them.
Sure. Yep.
And
so forget about it. Yeah.
Fish food somewhere.
Yep.
Basically, that's what he said.
Davy Jones' locker.
I mean,
he's not buried.
Yeah,
he's not buried, but you'll never find him.
Not that I would ever have to do it, but if I ever had to be that kind of person, I think I would take the guy from the movie Snatch where he has the hog farm.
Oh yeah,
he's like a pickle go through, bone like butter.
Bro.
A lot of hog farms in Missouri.
Bro, I'm telling you.
We got a lot of hog farms too.
You put 12 hogs in a pen and put a person in there.
Yeah,
they'll be gone and nothing flat.
The only
thing they might find is the teeth.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep, I think that. Yeah, they say that in the movie as well.
It won't digest we got to pick up because there's so much enamel.
Yeah,
it won't digest it, but they'll eat every part of him, every part.
Yeah, we find all that information out because Anthony's connected.
he's just all right, next subject.
One part, let's put it like this. One part of my
family, bribe him with crayons, you'll be fine.
One part of my family was law enforcement, and growing up in New York, my dad and my uncle were both in law enforcement. And my other uncles went the other route, and my grandfather went the other route, and my grandfather didn't talk to my dad and my uncle for about 10 years.
Wow.
Until
what was that old Steven Seagal movie where he was like he had the mob part of his family and the cop part of his family. He said,
"Oh
yeah, Nico Toscani. He's probably got the record for the most relatives under federal indictment."
Yeah. Yeah, my uncle, my other uncles were like that. My dad and my other uncle were both in law enforcement. Both New York City. My dad was New York City NYPD, and my uncle was a sheriff out in Suffolk County, Long Island.
Gotcha.
So, and you got that upside scale. So
yeah,
right.
When you're brought up around it, it's kind of normal. So.
Yeah. I'm obsessed with the mob. I've watched every documentary. I've listened to the Bull. I've listened to a lot of those guys are out on YouTube. Michael Francese.
You know where I grew up? You know where I grew up? I grew up in Howard Beach.
Okay.
You know where Howard Beach is?
I don't.
You know where John Gotti used to live?
Okay. Is that where his social club was?
No, he lived there. I lived 2 houses down from John Gotti when I was growing up.
Wow. Yeah.
I knew his sons. I went to high school. I went to middle school with his son. Everything. John Jr.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Dang, dude, that's so wild.
Yeah, but when you live in that neighborhood, you guys have to understand what you guys see and they portray. When they're home, that's a totally different world.
Right.
Now, what they do outside of the house, that's business.
Right.
Strictly business. But when you're at there, I lived 2 houses down from him, so you would see him every day and be like, hey, hi. And, he's always polite. Everybody was always hanging out, having a good time. And
oh, yeah.
Never brought it home, man. Never. But, yeah.
Wow.
The mafia side, I guess we should probably go back to talking about cryptids because we'll get to talking mob movies and get off on a whole other tangent.
I could get you
get on The Godfather.
We took a left turn there.
Talking about
every once in a while I got to lasso the subject and drag it back. But
yep.
Every once in a while.
Anyways,
every once in a while he means once or twice a show.
Yeah. We go off on some weird tangent.
Movie. Yeah.
Bub's whole existence on our show.
Yeah.
So
getting
back to the weird stuff in Ohio. You mentioned it earlier, but I don't think we've ever talked about it on this show. Tell us about the doppelgangers.
Okay, so boy,
that's wild stuff.
So we have a friend, Thomas Johnson. He's got the House of Fake Ops Rock Shop. That's the largest trilobite collection in the country. The Smithsonian actually leased it from him for many years. He's got it on display right there in his rock shop in Locust Grove, Ohio.
Yep.
You can drive to Tom's rock shop, talk to him. He'll actually tell you the story in person. He'll take you around on a Serpent Mound impact crater tour. He's a geologist.
He's had NASA out to talk to him about the impact crater.
So the impact crater they thought was actually subterranean. That it was essentially a volcano. They thought it was a volcanic crater. They didn't have proof that it was an impact crater. And so when NASA came to discover to look around, the first person they talked to was Tom. They went to his rock shop and said, hey, I need to see, do you have any breccia? Breccia is essentially this stone that when that meteor hits, it's basically melts all of the rock. And then when it recoagulates, it creates this breccia. And so that's the smoking gun to show the proof that it's actually an impact crater.
Right.
So Tom showed them where the breccia was. He's been out here for a long time. And part of this impact crater has this electromagnetic shift.
Well,
when
and
you're
he
inside
lives
the
near
crater.
a fault line too.
And so Tom's rock shop, good point, is right near this fault line, which AEP, the power company, it's essentially admitted to him during.
He said a derecho came through, which is kind of like a tornado or 90-mile-an-hour wind, so not nearly a tornado, but
the energy through and exploded these transformers.
Melted the wires.
The
energy from the road and the fault line got pushed up by all of the wind from the derecho, landed on the wires and melted them. And when AEP came out and kind of looked at them, and Tom told them what happened, they looked at the road and they went, "Yep,
you're right on a fault
They were
line."
like, "You're absolutely right."
AEP.
So this is where his house is positioned, and this is where a lot of the doppelganger activity takes place.
In his house,
and property.
The Dollar General across the street, which has been built in the last 2 years, the Dollar General's haunted. His house is haunted. Lot of weird things with, seeing apparitions, and this fault line, the crater, Serpent Mound. It kind of creates this portal, essentially, which Tom's house is basically like one of the epicenters of all the strange in this valley. And so he would have people come in and
remember how he got his house?
Yeah.
He said the guy that he bought his house from just literally moved out one day. He was like a Baptist preacher. There was so much ghost and paranormal activity and whatever else was going on. He left everything in the house and just left.
Couldn't handle it.
He came back years later and talked to Tom and was, hey, I'm the guy that owned the house. How is the house, et cetera, et cetera. And Tom's kind of, filling him in. The guy's like, yep, that was all happening. Because the first doppelganger story he had was he was in the rock shop. He was actually in there with a customer, but somebody else, was it his wife?
Yes.
Came home and saw him out in the field at this mushroom carving, like this wood carving. I don't know if there was somebody out there carving it at the time or if he was just standing there alone. So she sees him, then she goes in the rock shop and she's like,
Tom's in the rock shop.
You're out. I just saw you out.
You were just out.
I just saw you outside.
The carving. He's like, no, I'm here. And she's like, no, you were just out I just saw you out there. He's like, no, I've been here the whole time.
Right.
So our question was,
yeah,
Tom's really in the rock shop, but there's some sort of like bending of the space-time continuum, or this shift.
Maybe doppelgangers or that spirit energy that doppelgangs
you. It's a phenomenon of some sort that like bends time and bends reality in a way where, again, not just Tom's wife, but people come into the rock shop and like, oh, I better get into the rock shop because, you know, Tom's out here. Here comes somebody driving up in their car, and you get there, there's Tom in the rock shop. Because, you know, they're all over the property and walking around. So sometimes there's no one in the rock shop. So if you have a visitor, hey, I got to make sure and go cover the cash register. And then you walk in and there's Tom at the cash register in the rock shop. And multiple people that have visited them have seen not just Tom, but other folks.
Other people, other family members of his.
Yeah, where they're in one place and they come in. Well, you were out there. No, I wasn't. I'm right here.
Or seeing them face to face in the house. Like if I saw Mike walk through our studio and office here and I'm talking to him and he doesn't say anything and he just walks by me.
Yeah.
And an hour or two later, here comes Mikey again down from upstairs. This happened in his house. His daughter basically came down, or his wife, one of the two. And basically there was no interaction and they kind of just didn't say anything. And the person that was obviously not the doppelganger thought, man, that was really odd. And then like 2 hours later, the same girl comes down the stairs and just that, you know, I just saw you like 2 hours ago. Like you came there. No, I didn't.
It was up here the whole time.
Like that kind of stuff. That's why I say like,
what was that rock called?
What
they were looking for?
Breccia.
So,
yeah, Breccia.
Mm-hmm. What if this Breccia is like a storage battery for like spiritual energy? What if it's an echo of that person?
It very much could be.
There you go.
You know, the Breccia is ancient. You know, as it was hit, you know, there was a sea. Essentially, there's like a glacier.
It was covered by water when it got hit by the asteroid.
Right.
So when it impacted it, yeah.
If you go to the Locust Grove Cemetery, you can sit in the highest point, and you can actually from there. And we have a video called the Serpent Mound Impact Crater DVD, Serpent Mound Impact Crater with Thomas Johnson. They liked it so much, we actually made a collector's DVD for them to sell in the rock shop. And so if you go to our YouTube channel and check that out, and then also our interview with Tom, you can see where that upheaval is. And Tom took us to that upheaval, and that's where he's showing you you can see the vibrational frequency encoded into the rock from the impact. You can actually see the waves through the rock.
Crazy green under the microscope.
And so that rock could have some kind of energy stored into it that makes that area strange too.
I think it popped it because what he said was, even like with storms coming in, certain types of clouds have a certain charge or electrons and protons. I'm not a scientist, so I'm not going to go that deep with it. But there are certain clouds, once they go over that impact crater crest, they will dissipate.
Yep.
Because the energy is different. The layers of the earth, when that crater was impacted and made, basically kind of opened up a big hole where now your electrons and protons and all of these different ions are flowing differently because there's been that ripple in the surface so dramatically. So that's where I think it's almost like it's this well of energy that is so different than anywhere else, because
for some reason,
I don't live in an impact crater in Columbus, right?
Someone built the most advanced calendar almost in the world. The Serpent Mound tracks all of the equinoxes, all of the solstices. It's aligned to Draco. It's aligned to the previous pole star, which was Draco.
And from the tail to the head, it's true north.
Before our pole star was Polaris, it actually was aligned to Draco. It's essentially shows the story of the pathway of the souls, which is the Egyptian myth of the Book of the Dead. So we had the same exact story and obsession of this pathway. People think the Egyptians are obsessed with death. They're not. They're obsessed with life and the renewal of the soul. and the soul would make a journey through the Milky Way galaxy. And essentially, Serpent Mound is kind of this machine for you to tap into where your soul needs to move through after you pass on. So it's this spiritual technology in a way. And so this mound was built inside this crater in this right by the Brush Creek. There's this amazing spring right there. You have the Brush Creek, Serpent Mound, and like I said, that crop circle in 2003 landed right there.
Yeah.
So you have water. You have crop circles always appear near water or rivers. It's very, very common. A lot of times springs. And so this crater just so happens to have all of these things: hauntings, doppelgangers, Sasquatch sightings, crop circles. And
it's a hot spot. Doppelgangers,
and
paranormal.
Is we're getting comments on our YouTube channel from folks in Ohio going, I saw the same exact thing happen to me.
Yeah.
Living in the Serpent Mountain impact crater. Same stuff happens all the time. This doppelganger thing.
Let me ask you a question. What's the right word I'm trying to find here? What is the magnet? What is the electrical field? Has anybody measured the electrical field?
Yeah, so there's spots
in that area
at Serpent Mound where compasses will just spin. There's a spot right behind the left ear of where the head of the serpent is swallowing the cosmic egg, is what they say. There's a spot right there behind the left ear of the serpent where is some kind of a vortex where you can take a really solid compass and that sucker will just spin. Not only there, weird, but in different areas around that.
That whole area has a high magnetic field.
You could have a brand new car and your car's battery will just turn
Film
off.
crews, batteries go dead.
It's the magnetic field area. That's what it is. And there's other spots in the I watched the thing on that. Other spots in the United States that have that same paranormal stuff going on.
Right.
Sure. They all pinpoint to each other to where the fault line runs. The magnetic field is like outrageously crazy. I mean,
it's like Vegas for crazy stuff. You know what I mean? It's like it's where all the energy's at for it to happen.
It's a portal.
Yeah, basically, it's a portal.
What about ley lines? Do they intersect with any of this stuff?
There are dowsers. There's a group of dowsers that actually are the first people back in the 80s that discovered the astronomical alignments. And so your kind of mainstream Ohio Historical Society, they don't admit that these alignments are there,
right?
But they're there,
right? They're pretty undeniable.
A long time studying the solstice. That the summer solstice sunset goes right down the center of the snake's head. The winter solstice sunset right down the spiral tail of the serpent mound, and all of the curves of the serpent are equinox markers, either sunset or sunrise. I mean, the spiral tail, it actually is phi, not pi, but phi. Somehow, this Greek mathematical principle was encoded into a tail of a serpent in Ohio. That's not supposed to be possible. No. So this thing is a moon calendar, it's a sun calendar, and it's a solstice equinox marker. So just about anything you could track, it has.
I started reading a book recently, and I think I've got it within reach. This is it. It's called The Suppressed History of America.
Oh, nice.
The Murder of Meriwether Lewis and Mysterious Discoveries. It talks about these mounds you're talking about, and it talks about things that cultures that were here before ours that were suppressed basically by the Smithsonian because the reason they suppressed these civilizations was because the manifest destiny of us settling a savage land would go right out the window because these civilizations had been there long before we got here. Mm-hmm. The advanced civilizations.
Think about it. Where did Indians come from?
Yeah,
right.
This book is throwing a lot of things I once thought.
You think God just dropped them here in America and said, "Okay"?
Fantastic book. I highly recommend reading it. Absolutely fantastic book. But I'm glad you mentioned that there is a Greek formula on this because that ties in to the what is it? The Judaculla Rock in South Carolina. The Judaculla Rock, North Carolina. The Judaculla Rock is part of Cherokee tradition, and it ties into Bigfoot. There are all kinds of pictograms on here, with giant feet, and it tells a story. But the base of the rock, the script around the base of the rock is Ogham, which is Celtic.
Yeah. Now think about this. They've
what?
also
the hooked X.
They've also said the Vikings were the first people in the new land here. The Vikings.
The Heavener
They
stone.
found a stone they called the Heavener rune. They call it the Heavener rune stone. You can look this up. They've got a park built around it. The Heavener rune stone dates to, I think it's 600 years before Columbus sailed. It's like the late 800s. And this has got old style Viking runes in it. And I'm not talking Elder Futhark. I'm talking proto Viking runes.
Wow.
Before they'd solidified the alphabet. Guess where that's at?
Where?
Heavener, Oklahoma. It's in southeastern Oklahoma.
And they believe do you remember when the Persians were traveling with the Vikings when they became allies? Did you guys remember all that?
Who was it?
The Persians.
The Persians. Okay. Well, that would make a lot of sense. The Persians were pretty dominant. Yeah.
Right. So they believe that the Persians and Vikings came together in the new land, and some of them stayed, and that's where they believe that's where everything came evolved from. Indians had to come from somewhere.
There was a recent DNA study done in Iceland. Looking for the roots of their ancestry. In the mitochondrial DNA of the residents of Iceland, they found Native American DNA, and that comes from the mother's side. That means at some point, Native American women came to Iceland and had children.
Sure. I mean, listen, they were traveling all over.
Yeah, they were conquering everything.
We just had a gentleman from India that studies ancient Tamil language, which is the oldest language in the world. And essentially he started studying ancient turtle roots and realized that the Tamil people had been studying back then had essentially gone to every continent using the turtle migrations.
Because the turtles don't swim. They literally ride currents.
Of the cosmic turtle. Ohio, for example, is a Manitou society, Manitoba, which is essentially Turtle Island, the mythology of Turtle Island.
The Cherokee talk about Turtle Island. There are several mythologies that talk about the world being built on the back of a giant turtle.
Exactly, and that's what.
And that may be more metaphorical than physical, but I understand the theory you're talking about. It's fascinating.
But if you say the world is built on the back of the turtle, what they're really saying, I would say, is that the world was built on the back of following that turtle route. That's how we got to. Well, it's almost like a panspermia,
of early time. Has proof, of
there was a huge find in the Grand Canyon where they found tons of Egyptian artifacts. But as soon as the Smithsonian got involved, you're not even allowed in that part of the canyon anymore.
Well, there were giant. But there were also like red-haired giants in there as well. There were cultures from all over the world in that cavern system that he was claiming. Right, there was all kinds of treasures, but a lot of different cultural pieces were in that place. Yeah, I mean that's what first got me started on DHC.
Yeah, David.
We just talked about giants the other day. The Lovelock Cave giants. And the descriptions of the Lovelock Cave giants are very much like the red-haired giants from the Kandahar giant story.
100%.
Then you've got
DA.
Then you've got this.
Yep.
I mean, they've been finding giant skeletons for as long as we've got recorded history. Supposedly, the two giant skeletons measuring 36 feet tall were found by the Carthaginians in 650 BC.
Sure, absolutely.
What?
I mean, they're all over Ohio. Dig into the Ohio town halls. You'll find more reports of giant skeletons being pulled out of mounds. Specifically,
there you go.
Look at Ohio.
That's where giants have been found in the U.S. and suppressed by.
Look how thick it is.
Suppressed by the Smithsonian.
100%.
It's either been buried or taken by the Smithsonian for study and never seen again.
Never.
And that's exactly what that book I'm reading is talking about, is how the government and the Smithsonian used this massive massive plan to suppress anything that looked older than what we were, what Europeans were bringing to the continent. They could say, we're settling this wild continent. It's unclaimed. These people are just savages. They don't know what they've got. That was the justification for Manifest Destiny.
What was the one guy's name?
Herdlicka. That's Herdlicka, John Wesley Powell.
That's not even a U.S. institution that was started. That was money that was given to us from Englishmen.
Well, the Smithsonian was started by Europeans. The person he was a European.
Yeah.
The earliest book written for the Smithsonian were two guys from Chillicothe, Ohio, Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley. And that's where all the early surveys of mounds and earthworks in the United States, specifically a ton in Ohio. Look at those old sketches and drawings. Our friend Jeffrey Wilson recently found the root drawings of all of those that they took credit for drawing. Guess what? They didn't draw any of them.
No.
The Smithsonian
I've
been
going down this rabbit hole lately.
There you go. There you go.
Giants on record.
Yes.
Yep.
It's good
I've
stuff.
100%.
So down that rabbit hole lately.
So the guy that really, a lot of the folks that kind of the OG giant researcher in the country, which Jim Vieira and Hugh Newman, Giants on Record, those guys really kind of give credence to Ross Hamilton, who lives right down here in Mason, Ohio. We've got a chance to interview him and meet him, but he's your kind of OG giant researcher, and his ideas on the advancement and the spiritual aspect of what was going on with the giant culture. And what was really going on were they were harvesting mana and growing these giant plants and had this massive civilization where people just grew very large. And they were advanced, living with Native Americans. They were a different branch but this was a super advanced, far, far, far in the past. These earthworks and mounds could be thousands of years older than what they're saying they are.
Oh, of course.
And they were creating and harvesting energy or mana. And so you have these legends. And so a lot of the giant stuff in America started from Ross Hamilton and his research. And if you ever want to talk to Ross, just let me know. He's a wealth of knowledge and just a super cool dude. But a lot of those guys that have written those books kind of all get started with his work,
right?
The tall ones, and he goes into the Smithsonian and Manifest Destiny and kind of lays the foundation of John Wesley Powell. The Bureau of Ethnology is what was formed essentially to start controlling this narrative and start controlling
knowledge filter.
And for the Smithsonian,
I need to get a copy of his book. If you guys could hook me up with a link on that, I will purchase that tonight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%.
Well, we had Jesus. Remember Jesus when he brought
Jesus
on
Payan?
You know who that is, guys?
No.
He was in Breaking Bad.
Breaking
he was
Bad,
one of the actors in Breaking Bad.
Jesus Trail?
What's that?
He
played Donzo.
Yes. Okay.
Jesus Payan, big dude. He's a big dude.
Oh, yeah. I got you. Tuco's guy.
Yeah.
He's one of our buddies on the show.
That's amazing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we became really good friends with him.
He's fantastic in that show.
I mean, like I have his
Great
personal number. DA's got it. We, converse.
That's awesome.
That's so cool.
He brought on the show one day, and they blew us away. Tomahawk heads.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, way bigger than a normal person.
Did he say where?
Collection.
I collected him in New Mexico.
Yeah.
On the Navajo reservation.
Spearheads that were used.
He's got boxes of them.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
Dude.
I gotta.
He's a big dude. And he said some of them were hard for him to lift.
He couldn't
I'm
even
sure.
lift
Let alone swing them like a.
That's blowing my mind.
They look
makes me think of the 12-foot sword story, right? Like
that's what he basically was talking about.
If you like Star Trek and you remember the old Star Trek where they were on that planet with all the giants, that's what some of them looked like. Those big spears were almost half the size of a man. That's what they look like.
That's what they had.
Here's an example.
And you got
for
things like this that
Whoa.
are being found.
Right.
Whoa.
How do you explain these?
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah.
That one's
And this
crazy.
one's the best one.
Has one in South America.
This is the best one. That's a human footprint with what looks to be a dinosaur print on it.
That's weird.
So how do you explain that?
All right. Yeah, that's really blowing my mind at the moment.
I can
Where-
explain
that's
that
crazy.
very easily.
Where they say no humans have existed with dinosaurs.
But that's a
I
human
think
print.
That's a load of bull crap.
Whenever it goes down this road, I always just have to say, if you've not listened to or haven't read or been exposed to Michael Cremo, listen to him, find one of his talks on forbidden archaeology. He takes all of the accounts from actual researchers, geologists, archaeologists, paleontologists, whoever it was, right? They'll find something that does not fit the narrative of the timeline.
Right.
Humans started here, we started in this location, and then we went this way, and that's how it has to be. And he'll
Send me
find
his
things
link,
that,
too.
Well,
oh my gosh, it's so. He did a
gotta get
talk
that
at
one.
Google.
let
Yeah,
me
he did a
ask
talk
you
at
guys
Google
this.
for a while.
Let me ask you
Now,
guys
here-
this: How
Yep.
long has the term dinosaur been around?
1800s.
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 Yeah.
Okay.
It was called something else for like 2 or 3 years. And then
Really?
they finally
There's
settled
o-
on
The
dinosaur.
word dragon was mentioned in the Bible over 150 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to
Sure.
get, but you know, if you saw some reptiles grow their entire life, scientifically
Mhm.
proven fact, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
We know things lived longer back then.
Oh yeah.
How big is an iguana going to be if it grows 900 years, or if it lives 900 years?
Oh, huge.
hmm
Absolutely
It's
huge.
not a bad point.
Yep. Everything grew big. Why not humans?
Well, I mean, I was at Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and I saw the little carving
Stegosaurus?
of the Stegosaurus. Yeah, you're walking around the temples, and
The Inca
our
tribe,
guides
the
like,
Inca stones.
Yeah,
still
we
got
got the Inca stones.
Yeah, put that.
oh,
Those are
what?
4,000.
These are
Those are
4,000
4,000 years
Inca
old.
stones.
Stegosaurus.
Shut up!
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Shut up!
Yeah, you
Those
haven't
are
seen that?
'That's
4,000 years old.
amazing. I have never seen that.
So
That's
those are
fantastic.
those were about 4,000 years old. Now you tell me how 4,000 years ago these people getting on Google and searching
Exactly.
a triceratops to put
No.
Right.
that's what that's what
Right.
that looks like.
Creating art
No,
of things they'd
So-
seen.
exactly. You
So
put
did
stuff
they?
like that with the track and tell me humans and dinosaurs never inhabited the earth at the same time.
I mean, I'd be hard pressed to argue with that.
Right.
Right.
Looks like there's a lot of evidence
Well-
pointing to it.
well,
I mean,
There's the story of
how would
the
you even
ivory
dream it
buyer.
up? What's that?
Right. There's the story of the ivory buyer. There was a guy in the late 1800s that was in Alaska, and he was buying fossilized mammoth ivory. You know, people would
Mhm.
dig it out
Fair
of the
enough.
permafrost, and he would
Yeah.
buy this mammoth ivory because they would
Yeah.
make scrimshaw stuff out of it, and he was
Yeah.
buying it, on the cheap from the Inuit tribes because they just brought it in, traded it for whatever they needed, as it didn't really mean much to them. But he was buying it on the cheap. He was getting mammoth ivory, fossilized mammoth ivory all the time. One day, a dude walks in with a fresh one.
Yeah.
Oh,
And he's like,
Wow.
wait.
Where did you
When
get
was
this?
when
Right.
was
This was the late
I mean,
1800s. I've seen a couple documentaries about it. This dude lays a fresh tusk on the ground. He's like, "Oh, our tribe hunts these things."
Yeah.
Still around somewhere.
Yeah.
And they could be. I mean, they're trying to bring them back right now. We've covered
Yeah.
that.
But what I was going to say with dinosaurs, were they
But
like
see-
hunted to predation when they were around with humans, or
Here's the thing about this, and you got people like Forrest Galante who is continuing this narrative. He's talking about, de-extinction and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
I believe wholeheartedly that it's not cloning. These things are still around in places, and all of a sudden it's
Yeah,
going to be
that's how
look
it
what
goes.
we did, look what we made, and it's not stuff
Yeah.
that was made. It's
Because
stuff that's
they're gonna
already there.
extend the narrative.
So
Yeah.
the companies that are trying to bring the mammoth back and that are going
Right.
to clone these animals, you're saying they're already out there, and when they say they've cloned
Well-
it, they're just going to basically
Yeah.
acknowledge that it's out there by saying
And take
they cloned
credit
it.
for it.
Go back to our thing when we were talking about the number of acreage of
Yeah, 88 million.
80 something million acres. What could you
Ridiculous.
hide in 80 something million acres?
A lot.
A lot.
A giant
Especially-
dinosaur.
Where's those pictures, DA, of the stuff that was underground, of the buildings we were talking about? That you remember?
Oh, Yeah, the underground.
I don't think I kept those.
Well,
I watched a video of a guy
we
driving
brought-
an 18-wheeler underground.
Yep.
Yeah, think about this. Think about DA and I were talking about this. I can't remember if you were on this one or not, Anthony. One of them looked like cells, like you'd set out a cell block, but it's massive.
Mm.
What would you keep in underground cells?
Dinosaurs.
You didn't want people to see.
Give me a minute to see if I can find those. I know I didn't delete
point.
them. They're just not on the show. There's a question on the screen that somebody was wanting to ask. That's Miss Lene. She's one of our mods. She says, don't you think it's possible that there are many species of cryptid and dinosaurs that are still on the Earth?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
They found a Tyrannosaurus
The
Rex
Thunderbird.
bone. Yeah, but they found a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone that still had fresh DNA and meat and stuff like that. Don't last millions of years. I'm sorry.
Sure.
DNA does not last millions.
Not
of years.
generally.
How do you
Right.
get
Generally.
how do you get a bunch of people, Americans and English people from Papua New Guinea, that go out there to do work with the tribes and come back with video and stories and saying that there's pterodactyls
Right.
flying around?
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
How do you
in
get
Texas,
that?
there's still Thunderbird and pterodactyl sightings
Right.
up until this day.
So how do
And
you
I would
get
say-
that in Papua New Guinea? And, I mean, really, what do they
Congo?
have to
Yeah.
do? They got nothing to give these people.
Guys, these
Bayo and
images are
Tembe?
taken from Google Earth and were sent to me by a friend in Wisconsin, an area where they've been investigating dogman sightings and are continually getting ran out of there by people that claim they work for the Parks Department.
Men in Black types.
This is an aerial view from Google Earth.
What is that?
Whatever it is, it's below ground,
Mm-hmm.
Whoa,
and you've
dude.
got that.
It's all structures.
Whoa, dude.
These are structures that are buried.
Whoa, bro.
I'm
That's fascinating to me.
That looks like
Very. And this isn't
that looks like
LiDAR?
shipping
This isn't a
containers.
scan? This is
Nope,
just.
that was an image taken from
satellite
Google
imagery.
Earth.
That looks
Dude.
like shipping containers.
What if you went out there and
Oh,
got
it's
some LiDAR?
bigger than
equipment?
that, Anthony.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's wild.
Well, let me find the one that's got the scale on it.
Yeah.
Well, look at that. The scale
Okay.
is 200 feet right there. So if you look at the 200-foot scale, you can estimate that's about 400 feet wide by probably 600 feet long.
Wow.
Yeah. What
that's
could you
massive.
put down there in that? Couple mammoths?
Where's this located? Do you know on Google Earth?
I know exactly where it is, but since it's an active research
Yeah.
area, I don't want to give away his area.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But it's in Wisconsin.
apologize.
It's an area he's
Okay.
been doing dogman research for a while, but he's been continually getting run out of there. And he's hoping this spring that he'll be able to get in there, when things start, not as frozen, that he'll be able to actually get in there. He said, because it's very close to some bike trails. And he said, if they say anything, he's like, but this got lost. That kind
You
of
know what
thing.
you need to do? The lady from Frogman, who was the OCVN or Ohio Volunteer Conservationist. Yeah,
B Mills.
that was her thing.
You ever met
You know
B
what she
Mills?
said? She was
I
like,
have not.
not B. No.
No, it wasn't B?
No, the park ranger lady.
Oh, yeah.
She was a volunteer conservation. I don't even know. I can't. It was OCVN or something. But anyhow, she was mentioning
no, ODNR, Ohio Department of Natural Resources.
That's what I'm saying. She was saying, you want to get into some of these places, go be a volunteer.
Yeah, get in the
Kind of
middle,
like
behind
wink,
the
wink,
scenes.
hint, hint. Like you want to
Yeah.
get into these really restricted areas, get into some of these. There's some
That
perks.
that place is closed off. It's considered
Really?
a preserve, and you can't volunteer to get in there. Oh,
Interesting.
and they said
No,
that the guys that were supposed to be with the Parks Department were wearing body armor and carrying ARs.
Get out of here.
Imagine.
Kid
that-
you not?
Get out of here.
Yeah,
That's
they were
like,
hunting.
didn't you say down in LBL they were restocking deer?
They actually released elk and wood bison as well.
Wow.
But,
Preserve.
but in an area where you were allowed to hunt or not?
There's limited hunts there allowed,
Okay.
only in certain parts.
So why are you putting all that down there?
Exactly.
So why are you putting massive ungulates in there?
Yeah.
You're feeding
Got to feed them
something.
somehow.
Yeah,
Reminds me of Jurassic Park with the goat.
Yep.
yeah. With the raptors. Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah.
cow.
Yeah, but they got it figured out now. Like, you just stock the area like you'd stock a pond.
What are they
fish
doing?
And,
Feeding them.
Right. It doesn't take a lot to connect those dots, but it's just not on a lot of people's radars, and even cryptids in general. If it's not on your radar, you can be like, "Oh, that's great. They're bringing wildlife back."
You hit on something that we've said on the show many times, Bubs.
What's that?
You see these things in these movies that look so fantastical. You're like, these things are. You see these things because they've got some grain of truth in them.
Well, they have to tell you that. That's part of the game of it.
Think about Men in Black. Think about the plot and the storyline and all that stuff of Men in Black. How fantastical on the outside it seems. When you start thinking about that, we got they get to stay here because we got patents on Velcro and rubber bands and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
But then you start.
It's a good bartering system.
Yeah,
right.
But you start looking at the way things are going now, and that don't seem too far fetched. Because think about the technological jump that we've had since the end of World War II to now. We should not be as technologically advanced as we are right now, based on the way things progress from before that to the war, then the war to now.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, and now it's just
look at the computers that put us on the moon. They were in rooms. Now there's more computing power right there,
right,
than what put us on the moon.
100 times more.
In Australia, they're talking about, there's a possibility the thylacine may still exist.
We've talked about that.
The Aborigines have been saying for years they're still out there. They just don't come anywhere near you.
They are out
but
there.
It's the logging thing with Sasquatch. Right. Maybe it's the whole, if you acknowledge it's out there, now you can't build a house out there, and it's sad to say, but the money and the greed and the I want my condo or whatever the hell it is outweighs
natural resources.
It's just crazy to think that has to have a breaking point. There has to be a smack back at some point where Sasquatch is just going to come out and start kicking ass.
You can't mine the outback for minerals if there's thylacine out there running around.
No,
it's also I can't remember where it was. I want to say it was in Southeast Asia somewhere, and I'll have to go back and find it because somebody sent me the link, and I just can't remember the country where it was. But they just found a new species of deer that the locals have been saying this thing's been here for a while. They're calling it the local unicorn because it looks like a deer. But it's very structurally different. The horns are different. It's a really interesting looking animal. But the locals have been saying for years it was out there, and they're like, no.
Oh yeah.
And then boom, they got same thing with the billy ape. In the Congo and in the Billy region of the Congo, the locals have been saying there's a species of ape out here that we call lion hunters, lion killers. It's an aggressive. It's a tool user. It's aggressive, and Western science is like, no, that's just local legend. That doesn't happen. And then boom, 1999, National Geographic get them on camera.
They're called billy apes.
Yeah, the billy B-I-L-I. They're like a chimpanzee, but about 6 feet tall.
They're huge.
Yeah,
and they're primarily bipedal.
How has this never been in a movie?
So what they're saying is
it basically was the movie Congo, the killer ape theory. The movie, the killer ape theory. The killer ape theory's been around for a long time.
Congo.
Congo's one of the best films.
The gray apes.
Yeah, what's his name?
Eating my sesame cake.
The world, I'm doing good.
Oh, it's Jesus, Tim Curry.
Tim Curry.
Tim Curry.
The killer ape theory has been around for a long time.
Well, where does that come from?
Michael Crichton used the killer ape theory to create the apes that he used in Congo, but that is based on the native tellings of the billy ape, which they make war on each other. They will hunt and kill freaking lions.
That's crazy.
Basically,
Miss Lanita, thank you for the super sticker. You were awesome.
What I say, guys, these things that you see in these movies.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, here's the thing: is in order for them to get away with all their tomfoolery, this is a theory of mine, is they actually have to show you the truth.
Yeah.
In some way first.
It's
they'll put breadcrumbs in the
watch
Simpsons.
This hand.
They'll put
watch this. Don't watch this hand. Watch.
It's sleight of hand.
Yes.
It's a karmatic thing too.
Yeah.
You want to believe in Buddhist principles. I don't care if there is something, an eye for an eye. What goes around comes around. The golden rule. It's all the same concept, but in order for them to break the karmatic wheel, they have to show you what the hell they're doing.
Right. It's kind of like a sleight of hand, like I'm gonna smack you in the face, and they
we're
really
not lying to you.
Yeah.
You're just too dumb to realize that we've been telling you all along what's going on.
It's like the new Top Gun movie. That plane that he's flying in the first of it, that's based on a real plane.
Yeah.
Right.
The SR-72.
I haven't seen it yet, but I will.
Another great Michael Crichton reference.
I've been.
Another great Michael Crichton reference is the book Eaters of the Dead, which they made into the 13th Warrior. That was based on Beowulf. If you look at the epic poem of Beowulf, Grendel is basically a Bigfoot.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Only in Europe back in those days, they called them wood woes or wild men of the woods. But
or
when
trolls.
they describe, trolls. In a lot of Scandinavian countries, they still refer to them as trolls. But the Wendell were basically just Bigfoot.
Really? I thought, wasn't she a shape-shifting kind of?
No, in some of the modern interpretation, yes, but in the original Beowulf, Grendel is described as being from the earth, this massive hairy creature, and his mother lived in the earth.
Get out of here!
If you
that's how they depict him in the animated show.
That's
think
wild.
About some of the like he's talking about the more modern tellings.
Yeah.
Grendel's mother was more like a Wendigo, and Grendel was more like a Bigfoot. So it's like they're kind of ticking the boxes.
Grendel was Beowulf's son,
right?
Right?
Mm-mm.
No. Didn't they have a son or a
Grendel
child?
was the king that Beowulf went to help. He was technically his son because remember his mother had went to the king and she said, "What do you want?" And he said, he said, I want to rule and blah, 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 and stuff. She said, well, if you want to rule, you have to have sex with me. And Grendel was his offspring. And that's why he couldn't kill Grendel, because he couldn't bring himself to kill Grendel because it was his son. That's why he brought Beowulf in.
That's okay.
They talk about when the warriors were fighting and Grendel would kill them, he would take their heads.
Yeah.
Look at the Nahanni Valley. The supposed Bigfoot attacks. They find bodies without heads. There's a valley in Superstition Mountains in Arizona. Again, they're finding bodies without heads.
Bigfoot
attack
of 1829 that we just did the show on, ripping the heads off.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet Jesus!
See,
twisting them off like bottle cap tops.
If you go back and you look at all this stuff, there's a lot more stuff that matches up. Yeah, it's kind of like we sit here nowadays and we think that all this stuff is the stuff that we've just all of a sudden started figuring out. But if you really start connecting the dots,
it's all connected.
Yeah, it's all the same stuff, but it's just now we're like, oh, wait a minute.
You're waking up to it.
Exactly. The veil, like we say, is being not only being lifted, it's almost not there.
Being pulled back.
Yeah.
Well, the internet's kind of provided people of like minds to come together, which has never happened before. And so you're creating this like resonance frequency. Right now, we're all resonating and buzzing. We're excited. We're talking.
Absolutely.
But we're actually all really energetically bonding together in a way.
Yeah.
And so you have this nodes on this. Are we all separate? No, we're just all these little connections of energy that are all interweaved and connected with. So now you have each of these little lights that are turning on, boom, 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 all throughout the entire planet. And when those lights all click on, there's just nothing that can.
The world would basically become this like conscious supercomputer, right? Like I always.
And this is the beginning of that kind of shift into people realizing that we've been lied to about many, many things.
Yeah.
And we're not separate, and we are all really, really special.
Right.
And to deny that our history and deny us this technology. And again, UFOs, UAPs, they have to admit that this technology is there. Bigfoot's real. Electromagnetic energy.
It's a whole backlog of stuff they got to come clean about. But here's what I was going to say about the whole consciousness thing and awareness is like, you kind of wonder sometimes, at least I do, because I don't really know what happens when I pass on from this earth. I'm not sure why we're really here. Can we really understand all of this? Does. But what if we're all kind of these biological computers that are experiencing the universe because the universe needs something to witness it?
Well, we're just
to exist. So once we get to that level, and you get
programs
to that
within the machine.
Right. So if you get to that awareness where you're
observers.
actually putting the wires back together instead of breaking all these connections that we could have had for a long time, instead of being kind of like, well, let's do our 9 to 5s and let's, put in our 40, 50 years of work,
this goes back to Ross Hamilton and what he thought the earthworks and the mounds in Ohio and what that culture was all about is that they were able to break through that separation. And once you have the science and the spirituality, and we're able to, how else were we able to build the pyramids and have such mathematically perfect structures and that are these calendars and just super advanced information if there wasn't some kind of major consciousness shift?
Think about this. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. We can't figure out how they built those pyramids nowadays. We think we're so smart.
That's what I mean. We're not, dude.
Y'all, we're all probably close to the same age. I'm sure we've all had cassette tapes, right? You made your copies of the cassettes.
Yep.
Stuff come on the radio. Oh, I'm gonna record that. I'm gonna make my mixtape or whatever.
Make another copy.
You better be quick.
What happens? What happens if you make a copy of a copy of a copy? What happens? Starts happening to that?
It degrades.
Starts degrading.
It's Michael Keaton in multiplicity.
We're copies of copies of copies.
The dumb one
of copies of copies of copies. If we're let's just say, that humans, because if you do the math, humans have been on Earth about 6,000 years. If you do the math population wise and do the equations, about 6,000 years and some change. Okay, if we're copies of copies of copies for 6,000 years, we're dumb as dirt compared to what we used to be. I mean, I know that hurts and that stings some people. And we've done some major things, but we've done a lot of those things based on the machines that we built that helped us with the computing and things like that.
Well, we just went one way. There's other ways to go with technology.
Right. So,
we just went iPhones and computers, and we think because civilizations didn't have computers and iPhones that they were idiots. But really, it's like, no, they built they didn't need iPhones.
Right. Yeah.
They had giant machines that were made of stone.
Right.
That were highly advanced for, you name it, energy creation.
The Vikings navigated with a sunstone on days when it was overcast. They could still navigate because they could still tell the position of the sun. I mean, Chichen Itza, for example, the stone that went into building Chichen Itza was quarried. What was like 100 miles away?
Super far away.
Wow.
Not only that, when I was at Chichen Itza, they had the earth opened up right next to the Temple of Kukulkan, and they just found out that there are 100-ton megalithic stones that are the foundation underneath the pyramid. I mean, you're talking amazingly massive stones.
It's like
that aren't making up that are just underneath the pyramid. Because if you've ever been there, it's all limestone. And so that earth that those pyramids sit on is very, very brittle. So if you ever heard about these, essentially the limestone gives way and it creates these big freshwater pools. And you can go out there and you can swim in them. They're all over the place in Mexico. And you can sometimes they're not collapsed yet. And you can go down into the caves, and that's where all the fresh water came from. So in order to build those pyramids, you had to build a foundation because there's no way that weight's being held. Right. They just found this in 2012. We're talking megalithic stones. How did they get those stones into place?
Right, exactly. And limestone, you look at limestone itself, limestone is a great conductor of certain energies. They talk about,
that's what I want to say.
Yeah.
And Missouri is loaded with limestone.
Right. So is Ohio. Ohio's got a ton we had an inland sea here. Riverbeds, you go down to southern, like when we grew up camping in Houston Woods, you go down those streams and there's just coral fossils in the riverbeds all over. I mean, you can go down there and get some incredible geological structures of like legit ocean coral. Why is this in the bottom of riverbeds in Ohio?
Look at wild. We're finding stuff like that we just can't explain all the time. I believe it was in Vietnam where they found that cave that has its own ecosystem.
Oh, dude, that is wild. Wild.
That's mind
It
blowing.
is, hundreds of feet down, and it has its own ecosystem, completely separate from the world above it.
Yep.
And they found that how long after Jules Verne wrote about it in
Sure.
Journey to the Center of the Earth.
How do people like that come up with stuff? You base a lot of your books on real world things that you've experienced, things like that. Most of these authors are writing these books. It's not coming they're not just sitting there thinking, yes, that's it. I mean, a lot of that stuff is based on either stories they've heard from people, experiences they've had. So you don't just come up with stuff like that unless you talk to somebody who has seen something like that, or you've experienced it yourself.
Or maybe an early form of soft disclosure.
Jules Verne was friends with John Symes. John Symes was the Hollow Earth. He was one of the first Hollow Earth researchers. He's from Cincinnati, Ohio, Hamilton County.
Really?
And you can go down there right now, and there's the John Symes Hollow Earth statue.
That's great.
And he's another tie back to Ohio and Hollow Earth and Inner Earth. Jules Verne was in on dinner parties with this guy.
Hey.
And that's where a lot of that came from.
Tie it into this question.
Why is Antarctica off limits? It's a great question.
Well, the North and South Poles and Admiral Byrd, and did he fly into the center of the Earth and into this, kind of Agartha and tractor beams that landed his plane for him?
He saw dinosaurs.
Right.
Reported seeing dinosaurs.
What if they just went inner Earth into these lava tubes, into these,
And again, they had energy sources inside the Earth,
right?
Where they flash forward, talking about your soft disclosure and telling people, think about this: the Kong versus Godzilla, the latest in this new. What did they talk about?
Oh,
Hollow
dude,
Earth.
that's so wild! It's all
that
Hollow
is
Earth.
A very good point.
Hollow Earth, power source,
great. The new Godzilla,
total ecosystem under the Earth,
100%.
I don't think it's like the Earth is completely hollow with its own sun.
No.
I think there are massive caverns, and bioluminescence is a thing. We know bioluminescence exists. They could easily have light from bioluminescence, or like we were discussing about the theory about Sasquatch, if they're popping their tongue, they could be living through echolocation. But if there is a hollow Earth, I don't think it's like I'm saying. I don't think the Earth is like an egg with this other world on the inside of it. I think we've got massive caverns that are probably interconnected.
Right. It's honeycomb Earth, DA, is kind of how it was described to me. And that was John Symes' theory, was that as the Earth cooled and it was spinning, it essentially, it spun all of the lighter material out into the crust. And so what you have is these essentially like honeycomb structures on the inside of the Earth. And then as that cools down, the rock solidifies, and now you have these giant caverns, which goes back to the
centrifuge.
Yes, exactly. If you've ever made silver jewelry or anything like that, they put the silver, the cast, they melt it all out, and then you pop the silver in there, and it just goes right into that, and you pop it out and cut your silver out and start polishing it up.
Didn't you ever throw them? Did you guys ever? Didn't they have to do that when you put it in and poured it into the mold?
Yeah,
you would like release it from the actual,
it's
and it
crazy.
would spin it around, and that's cool.
But that it's the hollow Earth is something that I think you're right, DA. It's not what people might think it is, but it's more along the lines of just really, really deep, cavernous. And
I could buy that more than I could buy there being like an intergalactic, an inner sun and a heating element.
It's more like the Hopi, the story of the Hopi and the ant people. The ant people came up to the Hopi. They were,
but there could be inner Earth volcanoes.
Well, of course there are.
Yeah.
So there could be a heat source, and if there's bioluminescence, and that's wild.
Yeah,
Never thought of that.
It doesn't have to be exactly like they portrayed it there, but the principle of whether you will call it hollow Earth or honeycomb Earth or whatever you will call it,
right?
The principle, they're like we said, soft disclosure. They're showing this stuff in movie all the way back to the very first Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, if you go with the Antarctica off limits and watch what is it, Predator versus Alien?
Oh yeah.
When they go to Antarctica and they find a pyramid there because the mothership has shot down a beam to get the core open to prepare the new batch of predators.
When I saw
was
that,
was an Inca style prison.
Yep.
Inca style.
That movie was so awesome.
Mayan calendar with a long count was the calendar that they were using, but the pyramid itself was more of an Inca style pyramid.
Yeah,
right.
That movie was so good.
Yeah,
such a great portrayal. Because
always showing us.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, that's yeah. I love your Men in Black reference because I think that might have been one of the first ones that ever really kind of triggered me that way. And when thinking of that, and to put it contextually, when Tommy Lee Jones goes and gets the newspapers, I'm going to get the papers. I'm going to get some info. And Will Smith's like, "What the hell is this? You buy an Inquirer and all these like
the hot sheets.
gossip." Yeah, he's like, "Yeah, this is where the news." And we do some stuff weekly where we read the headlines of everything from the Pentagon report of there could be probes circling us. There could be motherships up there. They're saying this now, right? So like, it makes me think back then when we would read things like this, we would come across it and everybody would be like, "You're crazy." I'm like, I think this is kind of that message in that movie playing out in real life. You can kind of start seeing when it's like, sure, this one is totally off the reservation, not real. Like, man, I don't even know what to say.
Think about Tommy Lee Jones.
is really my friend, like type thing. Like I really invented ET type thing. That
Think
could be
about Tommy Lee Jones' line in that movie when he's sitting there, when Will Smith and him were sitting on that bench.
Oh,
and he said, well, if this is, why don't people have the right to know? He said, no. People are dumb, stupid animals, and if they knew this,
would be panicking.
That is the most true statement that has ever been made in a Hollywood movie, I think, of ever. Because
Bub, thank you. By the way, you're talking about those like the world news and stuff like that. Instantly, what got stuck in my head was "Midnight Star" by Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh.
Weird Al, man.
Now it's just running through my head rampantly.
We have a DA song that we've made up for. We have a.
Oh yeah.
You should record that. I would love to hear it.
Oh, believe me, it's in the works.
What was it again?
We can't get.
I forget.
We can't.
Okay.
Get
We don't want to give it away. We'll debut it.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Instant hit.
We'll get it ready for DA. We'll put it out and let him have that. It'd be fun. I would love to do it. But. Yeah, I mean the soft disclosure. The I always thought too, like Will Smith, you're in Men in Black, you're in Independence Day. What other alien movies and zombie movies? Like how many times was he kind of in that same role of kind of right? Like just a lot of different films where it's like, man, you're kind of hitting all the buttons here. Like you're flying the spaceship up to the mothership, and with Jeff Goldblum like uploading the virus.
Yeah, well, Independence Day seemed really realistic to me because in the movie, the Marine married a stripper. Isn't that right, Anthony?
He's muted. He's not going to come back on and say anything about that.
Yeah. Oh, man, dude.
And if my buddy Robert's out there, that's for you too, Sentinel.
That's hilarious.
I love giving crap to my Marine buddies. Cannot miss the opportunity to do that.
No, absolutely.
It's a brotherhood.
Absolutely. But you guys.
Sorry, I was taking a nap.
You did say you were a little sleepy before we got on.
That's great. I was
taking a nap.
The crayons wore off.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I told you, green ones.
See what I go
through? More of an aquamarine.
But anyway,
that's great.
How about them Yankees?
Oh man,
that's there, John.
Hey, explain to these guys. Now, you guys live in Ohio, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I might be wrong. Maybe I am.
Probably.
But you guys know what Skyline Chili is.
Oh, of course.
Thank you. Explain.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What do you mean?
You guys have Skyline too?
Probably not.
I know what it is.
Okay.
Because
if it ain't got no beans in it, it ain't chili.
Cincinnati chili.
Okay.
Well, you can get beans on it. It's called a 5-way.
Let's
exactly
hear him out.
Chili if it ain't got no beans in it.
Exactly, with the spaghetti and the cheddar cheese and
It's a lighter, saucier chili. It's not like soup. It's more it's a sauce for noodles.
It's basically stealing spaghetti and making it not spaghetti.
It's spaghetti with chili.
Yeah.
Right.
Basically. The best one, Blue Ash. In Blue Ash, Ohio, it's called Blue Ash Chili. That's one of the old school Cincinnati chili spots.
I said to them, if we ever come up there to see you guys or do anything, I said, we got to go to Skyline Chili. And they're like,
absolutely.
What is that?
You'll like it. You'll like it.
And I said, once you try it, it'll blow your minds.
It's great.
I usually, I think I do a 3-way or 4-way.
I do the 4-way. We're bringing a can of beans.
No, you're not.
Oh.
If you do a 5-way, you get beans on it.
Yeah.
See?
Is that right?
Yeah.
It ain't chili if it ain't got beans on it.
Yep. He's talking about having beans in it, so I want to hear
it. We had a Skyline Chili. We had one here, a Skyline Chili restaurant.
DA, I'm going to take him to the train station.
It was crazy.
Yeah. You hear me, Anthony?
Yeah,
I'm going to take you to the train station.
I was trying to explain to them what Skyline Chili was, and you guys know what it is because you lived there, born and raised there, and ate it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we're not going to eat that. I'm like, whatever.
You'd like it.
No, it's good. It's good. Like I said, it's not like I didn't grow up with chili like that. My mom's chili had a ton of beans in it.
Right, right.
Ours was red beans.
I would have liked more meat because there was
kidney beans and
a lot of people in the house and a lot of beans being eaten in close quarters and sharing beds. And
that wasn't, that's
how
not
about
too
cold
bad.
nights were warm.
I believe you boys have had enough.
That was the line. Yeah, I think I've heard that and probably used that a couple of times. But yeah, it was like
the Ranley family for sure.
Yeah. Love their beans. Hey, tasty, good for you. Colon cleanse.
We'll lasso the subject again. We're digressing back.
Go ahead, DA. Go ahead, DA. Go ahead, DA.
Hey, thanks a lot there, Pitbull.
Yeah, I was about to say, I want
to say, tractor beam.
Mr. Chili over here.
I had to bring it up. They're from Ohio. I had to bring it up. I'm sorry.
So we mentioned soft disclosures earlier.
Sure.
What do you guys think? Do you think all of these are interconnected? I mean, we're getting soft disclosures from the UFO community. They're releasing cockpit footage from fighter planes. We've got confirmation that they shot down something that could possibly be of extraterrestrial origin. And somebody, I can't remember who it was, but it was just said in the other day in a press release that they believed there was a possibility of an alien mothership in our solar system.
Yeah, we covered that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The Pentagon.
What do you guys think all these soft disclosures are connected?
It's all happening. We were told.
Lou Elizondo had a statement at one point where it lined up with another report we did where it was another government official, kind of like a timeline of like, what was it? For the next 5 years, just kind of relax.
Yeah.
Because in 5 years, it's going to happen type thing. And I know we've heard dates and what timelines, but
get your popcorn ready.
With everything kicking off and all of the craziness
we had heard that
2023
was going to be the biggest year for disclosure ever. Like, I think disclosure really happened in 2017 with the New York Times article. And that kind of exposed Captain Fravor and the footage. Now, it came out later on the Joe Rogan show with Jeremy Corbell and Captain Fravor where they showed the footage. That's where it started really catching fire. And then you had the documentary with Bob Lazar and Jeremy Corbell.
Bob Lazar is still
so
great.
We had a disclosure event that we did in 2019 that I think kind of was the beginning of a 3-day live stream out in California that was all about disclosure with FBI, former CIA. And
we had disclosures even before then. Look at that. Was it back in the 40s or 50s when that P-51 Mustang pilot chased a UFO and crashed?
They were told to hush. They flipped the script.
If you guys want to watch a good disclosure one, go to the Sean Ryan show.
Sean Ryan show.
Okay, and
check that out.
He had on what was that? Got that doctor DA. That
one you talked about talked about Area 51 and
there's a government inside the government. They talked about all this.
I can't remember the guy's name. I know who you're talking about.
Oh yeah, compartmentalization.
Right. He actually worked with all the way up to President Clinton to disclose and
Dr. Greer?
Stephen
Greer.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yep.
Sean Ryan is a former Navy SEAL and has a podcast.
Okay.
So he actually brought this doctor on, and this guy went, I mean, he opened everything up.
He got all of the testimony in front of the government officials. I don't know if it's
national
Congress
I was
or
trying
what
to
it was.
explain
the
to
national
DA
press.
to watch it because it blew my mind. He had head of the CIA admit about all these black bag operations with UFOs, reverse engineering, and all this stuff, and they admitted it.
I think they're called USAP projects.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. They admitted
Like special access projects, and they compartmentalize so much that you and DA don't know that you're both working on the same thing. And then what they do is it's kind of like what they do at Fort Knox.
Well, that's what Bob
every
Lazar
6
talks
months
about,
you got a
too.
new job.
Right.
Something like that at Fort Knox, because they did not want you to know everything about that place. So they'd give you this part, then they'd move you to this part, and then they'd move you around. And they'd like keep you continually not knowing anything. Like
compartmentalization of information.
The best is the government just disclosed that they have what's that aircraft that I sent to you, DA, about the reverse gravity field?
The gravitic drive aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll have to see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find that picture.
Right. They already test flown it.
Right. Well, China's been working on a gravitic engine openly.
But so much stuff has been coming out with the UAPs, with shooting down stuff, with over in Russia, with Putin they shot a UFO down apparently too. We covered that one. And then he was having a conference or a speech, and he was talking about possible nuclear war or something, and next thing you know, there's a UFO there again. Like it's wild. I mean, there's so much activity.
2023 is the year. We were told that it was the year. There's a Mi'kmaq elder in Maine that we've been in contact with and met at this UFO event. And the guy's, he's got some interesting, he flies Mylar balloons really, really just below the ionosphere, which is just basically space. NASA basically told him there's no way you're doing this. He has proof. He's rigged out these balloons with the instrumentation, and what he's finding is highways up there where he's capturing essentially things moving around in organized ways. And what he told us was 2023, well, you could say they're biological UFOs, you could say they're interdimensional, you can say, but they're moving in essentially, like, you ever seen a time lapse of a highway system in a documentary where all the lights are coming in and they're so that's kind of what he's saying is happening up there. That there's these highways that this balloon got in this one specific area. And it's a pretty, we've been trying to get the evidence and trying to get some of the footage, and it's been a little bit of a process to try to get a hold of some of this. And I won't, say his name or anything like that. But we're still trying to understand this full story as it's kind of unfolding.
Yeah. It's been a number of years that we've, since what, 2018, 2019?
But there's things that he's been so right about. I mean,
right. No, that's what I'm saying. It's maybe not something they'll rush into.
He's like, I'd like to get you this information before, it has to be March 15th of 2020, because the whole world, he told me, is going to change. On March 15th, if we don't have this information out there, we're not going to be able to get it out there. And then what happened 4 days later, the entire world shut down with COVID. It flipped me out because he had told me this multiple times. We need to get this information out there because after March 15th,
I do remember that now. You said
this is not going to be able to, something's going to happen.
You said that basically on the way back from California.
Right.
So who is this guy, like did he work for the government, or does he have informants from the government, or?
So he's got
that I can't say. I don't know.
Ancient knowledge, supposedly. And like I said, we've been trying for many years to verify this gentleman and the validity of some of the things that he says.
Right.
Which are some things he says are very out there, but it's like, is he kind of testing us to see if we'll buy? Because he also fakes things to see if you'll buy into it.
If you're just going to like cultishly join.
He's constantly testing people. And
right.
You know,
yeah. Like Tony's like, I don't know about that. And it's
exactly.
Like,
so
but
he's a trickster.
Well, it makes you think,
but he's also
how would you go about it?
An elder. So there's an amount of respect that, you know, we're trying to give this gentleman as well. You know, who am I to say because if you question a lot of this stuff, you're actually questioning the history of the Mi'kmaq.
Yeah.
And the Mi'kmaq, which if you guys have ever seen it spelled, it's Micmac. Mi'kmaq is actually how you pronounce it.
Okay.
They're up in essentially, Westerners would call it Micmac, but it's the Mi'kmaq tribe is basically from Maine all the way up into Nova Scotia, all the way along Canada. And if you Wikipedia or Google the Mi'kmaq flag, something you'll find that's very interesting is it's a white flag with a red cross. It's the same exact flag of the Knights Templar.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah.
They have an entire presentation that their tribe gives with their ancient connection with the Knights Templar and how they came to Nova Scotia and met with the Mi'kmaq.
That's why it gets tricky when you're like, are you being tested? It's like, if you were releasing information, beliefs, how would you do it?
The Freemasonic beliefs and the Mi'kmaq beliefs are so intertwined with like what you learn about secret societies, and it's very, very, very connected.
Might make sense why it takes.
And so it's hard to sift through because the claims and the things he says are just so incredibly like what,
like out there.
But at the same time, he's this amazing artist, and we've met with him and sat with him and broke bread with him, and he's funny and interesting and engaging.
Nice guy.
And so it's just like
has never asked us for anything, right? Like it's not like we're being taken on some ride of like, hey, well, I need money for
I've never invested a single dollar or given their group a dollar, or
so that's where again I find it like
we've helped them with different things in the past, and we've been out to Maine and in the area of where they're at. Haven't been up to kind of their sacred mountain area, which is something that eventually would be interesting to look into, but kind of the myth and the story of his birth, and it gets pretty interesting. But it gets kind of on that like mythology line in folklore. So but are there things up in the sky that he's tracking? Maybe.
I would say there has to be something up there.
I would agree.
And when he said, hey, look out, 2023 is going to be a big year. He tells me this over a year and a half ago. Boom, here we are in 2023. They're admitting they're shooting down UAPs. Now, is it all fake?
But they shoot these things down. You never hear another word about it.
Well, that's the thing. Were
right.
they ever shot down? Probably not. It could all be a complete lie. People talk about Blue Beam. I'm tired of kind of hearing about Blue Beam. Fake alien invasion. They're priming us for this and that. I've never found any evidence or documents about Project Blue Beam that it ever existed. But
I think it's more just kind of a conspiratorial take on it.
Is it a flat Earth type of thing?
It's an X-Files
created
theory.
by
that was part of the show. That was the basis of the show, the X-Files, in a way.
Yeah, it was
one of them.
But reverse engineering.
I mean,
this doctor, this doctor basically opens up a whole can and it says why all this stuff is being disclosed now, and two, why they're doing, and three, why they're doing it, and three, that they're trying to prep us for what they want to disclose to us. So, I mean, you got, like he said, they're reverse engineering all these projects that either crashed here, landed here. We have contact with them. So we have all this technology that's coming out, like Robbie said, and it's the truth. He said the same comment. After World War II, we jumped in technology like that.
Right.
So, I mean,
well, Operation Paperclip, we took a lot of the
Right.
Nazi scientists, and we took a lot of the technology, the Nazi Bell.
Right, but then you have
Right.
Roswell too.
Roswell
have
coincides with
UFOs
Operation Paperclip.
Interested
and then,
with
boom.
nuclear weapons because there's a species
Yep.
or maybe an entity that's going, whoa, what the hell are they doing
Well,
down there? We gotta try to see
Right.
what's going on.
And
The
he did
Vril
say that.
Society.
He
The
says
Vril
when you
Society
have
was connecting.
when you have a species that, I mean, he said, he goes, how are these things flying over nuclear sites, shutting off missile silos?
Yep, exactly.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yep, Rendlesham Forest.
and it happened. They
Oh
documented
yeah.
it,
Yeah.
you know.
Rendlesham Forest.
So, I mean, there's a lot of things this guy comes out and disclose, and he has paperwork, documentation, sworn affidavit. I was like, you know,
I think I have a book by him, and I've watched, I think, 3 of his documentaries from Disclosure.
right. But
He did
his
the
interview-
Atacama, the
Right.
little. I don't know what that thing was from South America. It was a little.
Atacama mummies.
His interview with Sean Ryan was mind blowing. What he disclosed.
Nice. I will have to check that out. Yeah, I would love to hear that.
He just.
I mean,
here we go. Homework.
You gotta think that there's, you vet somebody if you're going to give them this level of access, right? And maybe you think you can give everybody there's going to be 1 or 2 or however many people that they see enough wild stuff to like, you know what? I don't care what's going to happen to me. I'm going to talk about this. And I think that's what's starting to happen is there's just too much going on. Maybe the timetable, maybe that's a real thing where it's not up to us as far as when we want to do it, but it really is on a timetable.
Yep.
And so maybe that's why we're kind of slow rolling. Like, oh yeah, we just shot down balloons. Everybody calm down. Hey, did anybody freak out? Did anybody start, going out in the streets with their weapons and just shooting in the sky? Like testing and gauging the reaction though, right? Because it got everybody's attention.
Well, they game everything.
But I'm saying that's a way to look at it though.
Look what happened with East Palestine 3 months before.
Yeah.
In East Palestine, they roll out these biorhythm detectors.
Yeah, basically a life alert bracelet.
And they had the fire department,
biosensing.
the chief of police. Everybody's promoting these.
2 days before that happened, the CDC changed the guidelines on that chemical.
100%.
That's the wildest part.
To 1 million parts per whatever. It was 100, and then it's now 1 million parts per whatever.
I've seen videos.
And they wiped. Like you can go on Internet Archive and find where they made the change.
You can see people lighting their tap water on fire.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey guys, do you mind if I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
I know we're really got a lot of momentum going here. Do you guys want to? I don't know when you guys would want to wrap things up, because I'm good to keep going because we are really on a roll.
I mean, I can keep going.
Okay, can you guys? Let's take about a 5-minute break. We need to discuss our affiliate program.
Sure.
Give you guys a chance to stretch your legs, grab some water.
Absolutely.
Refill your coffee. We'll talk about the affiliate program for just a minute, and then we're going to kick right back into this.
Sounds good. Perfect.
Robbie, do you want to start out?
Sure. Like DA said, our affiliate programs, we're really big on our veteran-owned programs. And one of those companies is Scallywag Tactical. They make some of the best knives that you'll ever have. We've all got multiple of their knives. Matter of fact, I just got 2 in today. I got the sailor-assisted opener, and I got it in the copper, which DA's got it in the black and silver. And I also got the Jolly Roger in blue, which he's got in black. These are, and obviously I've had the Orca, this is my everyday carry on my uniform knife.
Point of fact about the Orca is if you go to the scratch and dip, the blemished blades, the Orca you can get blemished blades Orcas, which this was a blemished blade. The only thing wrong was part of the box was crushed. These are available for $8 on the blemished, and the 10% still counts. So you could pick these up for $7.20. I just ordered another one.
And these
Seeker, as far as I know, yes, they're made here in the USA.
Yes, most all their knives are there. There's a few that they have to outsource some of the things, but I would say probably 94.5% of them are made here in the United States.
When at all possible, they do.
Yeah. And when I say I think as far as some materials they have to outsource, I think they still make most of the knives here in their in the U.S. Super great company. If you use the code DA Roberts 10, it's up on the link in the tunes we've been putting it in the chat all night. That 10% actually stacks on with any sales that they have on there. I used it on these. I got those two knives for $26. That's
nice.
Shipping and all. And that thing right there is like a scalpel. I was showing DA before we went on the air how sharp it is. It came in the mail yesterday. I haven't done anything to it. And
American
it's like
Flying Hawk says, do they make a tracker knife? What's a tracker knife?
He's probably talking about like a fixed blade that you can attach to your belt or whatever. They've got the what's that? Well, that's the gunner's mate. What's that other one? The tribal. Don't you have that one too?
I don't have the tribal. I want it, but I don't have it.
Maybe Anthony's got it. It seemed like or Doc one. The tribal is probably what
this one's called the Spindrift.
That's probably close to what he's talking about. I would think just a good fixed blade knife that you can attach to your vest or your belt.
There's another one about this size called the Oculus, but it's shaped differently.
I mean, the Dew Claw probably would be, because I've got this set up for a scout carry. I carry it on the back of my belt. That's more of a utility style blade, but you can still use it for pretty much anything. And they're good full tang construction. I mean, this is a very, very, very well made knife. All of them are. They use 440 stainless steel, 5150, just depending on what the blade is and what it's going to be used for. They've got Damascus kitchen knives. They've got other Damascus that they've got fixed blade daggers. They've got push daggers. They've got it's just, I can go on and on. The boarding axe, you got the boarding axe close by, DA?
I mean, it's kind of buried, so give me just a second.
These are just really good knives. You can tell we don't get anything from this. We just really like these blades.
My green screen's rendering it out.
Yeah. It always looks green when you put it up there, but
that thing is thick.
You could hurt somebody.
It is a heavy piece of steel. And it's wicked sharp, too.
So, going over to Scallywag Tactical, use code DA Roberts 10 at checkout. Get yourself 10 extra % off of your order. Like he said, that stacks up with the blemish blade deal. I think this one was $15 and it's normally $45. And this one was $10 and it's normally $45, or vice versa. This one was $15 and the other one was $10. I can't remember which one, but
when you could pick this one up for $7.20 using that discount code, this is a great utility knife. Very well made.
And
it's usually like $40 or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the Orca is another one that's about a $45 knife. I mean, and anybody that knows anything about knives, I went to Palmetto State Armory the other day, and I was looking at some of those knives that they had out there, some of those $270 knives. And there's nothing any more spectacular about those knives than this right here. And I mean, that's just
even regular price. The Scallywag folders are pretty reasonably priced.
That's $45. I mean, that's comparable to actually Kershaw is more expensive than that. Usually Kershaw's anywhere from $70 to $80 for a knife that's not even that big and nowhere near as sharp. Every Kershaw I've ever had, I've had to sharpen it as soon as I got it out of the box. And I mean, like I said, this is like a scalpel coming out. Matter of fact, I want to do the small test on it this time, DA, so people can really see that it's not the paper.
Man, that thing is sharp. But yeah, folks, definitely check them out. And I would also take a minute to talk about our other affiliate, which is Dark Angel Medical. And I think the best way to do that is just to let Doc himself tell you about it.
Let the little guy talk.
Let the little guy talk.
Hey, everybody. This is Kerry Pocket Doc Davis from Dark Angel Medical, and you are listening to DA Ex Machina with DA Roberts. You may recognize me or some of my products from Dark Angel Medical in some of the Apex Predator, Lakeview Man, and Wild Hunt books, and you can get those products at www.darkangelmedical.com, along with training classes on how to use those products and save a life. Shoot us an email at info@darkangelmedical.com and be the difference.
Not only that, but their kits have what they call the Kit for Life guarantee. If you use one of the Dark Angel's kits to save a life, contact Dark Angel and they will resupply the kit for free for life. And to me, that's just absolute peace of mind. I carried one of their kits on my duty belt for most of my law enforcement career, and I can't imagine trusting my life to another kit. Another veteran-owned company, Doc, is usually on the show. He's been sick lately. He hasn't been able to come on. Had a pretty nasty sinus infection, so hopefully he'll be with us on Saturday. Dark Angel Medical is a veteran-owned company. It's a fantastic company. If you know somebody that's a first responder or in the military and you want to get them a good gift, pick them up a Scallywag kit. They've got kits that range from the basic ouch pouch, which is just a basic first aid kit, all the way up to major trauma kits. And you can learn how to use tourniquets and other critical pieces of equipment on their YouTube channel here on YouTube, Dark Angel's YouTube channel, or you can sign up for some of their classes. And I think David Bai, who's in the audience tonight, took one of his classes, and they are just absolutely fantastic. So again, go to darkangelmedical.com or the link right here below and use discount code. Oh, I got the wrong one up. Go to darkangelmedical.com and use discount code Cryptid25 for 25% off your entire order. Use that link there. And that sends it to that links directly and lets them know it was us that sent them. Kind of a way of them keeping track of how many people we send their way. So check out darkangelmedical.com. Use discount code Cryptid25, and like Doc said, be the difference. Yeah, Toon put that out there. Use that code in the link in the tiny URL link, and that'll let them know that it was us that sent you. And don't forget to use that discount code Cryptid25, and that is the biggest discount code they offer. David Bai did take the class. He said I did, and it was well worth the money. Yeah, as crazy as the world is right now, having a first aid kit is not a bad idea. And whether you're going camping, fishing, hunting, backpacking, whatever you're going to do, if you're going to be away from basic 911 services, a first aid kit is a must. I've got a Dark Angel kit in my car. I've got an EDC kit that I carry with my firearm because I'm a concealed carrier. I'm a retired cop. I don't go anywhere where I'm more than a dozen steps from a Dark Angel kit. Yeah, Richie, he's had a rough week or two. I was texting him just a little bit ago. He'll probably be back with us on Saturday.
Yep, we missed the little guy when he's not around.
Yeah. Our little leprechaun. Well, as soon as everybody gets back, we'll jump back on. I know, Robbie, you got duty tomorrow.
Yep.
So we may lose Robbie, but I think we're going to keep this topic going for a little bit. We are really kind of on a roll. I don't really want to lose the momentum, but I wanted to stop for a minute and talk about our affiliates because we're over 2.5 hours in and hadn't mentioned them. Bob, Mikey, you guys ready?
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome products, guys. That's good stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that first aid kit. I mean, I've got a few, but you can always use one more. So,
you never have too many.
Right.
I've got all kinds of goodies.
Good stuff. Yeah, we're ready to go, buddy.
All right, guys, let's do it.
I'm gonna jump off. I got to go to work in the morning.
All right, Robbie.
Hey,
take care, bro.
Nice
talking to you,
y'all.
sir. Absolutely.
Night, brother.
Appreciate it.
Hi, guys.
I'll give you a holler tomorrow. Later, man.
All right, later. Bye, Andy.
Ah.
Have a great night, man.
All right, y'all too.
Yeah, Robbie's still active duty cop, so he's got
Yep.
got shift early in the morning. So he had to bow out. But as long as you guys are willing to keep going, I'm ready to go for a little bit longer.
Yeah, fire away.
Good to go. A little bit longer. Let's roll.
He gets up at 4 a.m. to get up for roll call.
Oh wow.
He gets up early.
He's gonna go to bed right now.
We kind of touched on. We talked about giants. We talked about soft disclosures with UFOs. More, and you guys were saying like 2023 is supposed to be the year of the big revelation. What else do you see being revealed?
Yeah, I think it's just more of the disclosure side of things, where they're not. Maybe it's not real, maybe it is, but they're talking about it with the press secretary of the president is using the word UAP, and so not sure if it's as much of a revelation, but just that it's more than we've ever seen before.
I also think that,
and it's really, really in your face, in public, and officials of the top levels of government are now using these words, that are specific to.
I think they recoined it to UAP.
Yeah,
because UFO was initially kind of like the conspiratorial. Oh, did you see a UFO?
Yeah.
But now you might hear every normal person in the world going, "Oh yeah, did you hear about the UAP?"
Oh yeah,
because it's
I broke
in
up with a girl in
vogue
high school because she didn't believe in UFOs.
I would support that decision time and again.
That happened. I could not continue after trying to debate me that aliens are not real. 17-year-old me, by the way. Bet you think I'm stubborn now, sir?
Yeah.
I mean, that's grounds for.
Yeah.
So we've been fighting this battle for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And
but it's not what they're telling you it is.
What do you mean?
The official, the AARO.
Oh no.
These official
Again,
Pentagon.
No.
These front office, like we're saying, is the AARO all of a sudden going to be this organization that's just going to tell you everything and exactly what? No, it's the office.
The next layer of obfuscation.
Well, they had to do something.
It's the next layer
at some point.
filter.
Well, look at the technology explosion after World War II, after Roswell.
Yeah.
I mean, we went from basically almost steampunk level technology to the computer age in almost nothing. And then you look at what it took them to use for the computing power to send men to the moon, and now we've got this, and that's basically in my lifetime. I mean, at some point they're going to have to go, oh, okay, we got to jumpstart from something, because at some point our technology is going to outstrip what we should have been able to do.
So
I think it kind of already has.
There's a couple avenues with that. We saw the mushroom computer article we did the other day, where they're trying to blend wetware with hardware, because mycelium and mushrooms have a unique property and how they
send signals,
have memories, and so they're trying to combine it with a computer. And it made me think of Elon Musk with Neuralink and trying to, basically plug in this chip, because the way I think about it, if there are these super advanced entities or whatever kind of ET out there, you've been out there, if you can travel space and time, etc. How do you carry all that knowledge? Again, like we carry it around on our phones. The next step they're trying to do is just basically be able to insert that knowledge in your brain so we could carry all that information.
Back in the mid 80s.
But wait. But isn't that wait a minute.
Anthony at a crayon break.
I'm not getting religious here, but isn't that kind of like the sign of the beast?
Say again. What's the part of the sign of
the merging of technology with man?
I mean, you could definitely.
I mean, but we have pacemakers.
Not just that. When you said they're putting chips, now they want to. I just seen that they want to put a chip.
No. I don't mean in that way. I mean in the sense you gotta. I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying, and I always come from a very utopian view. So please note that when I say something of like ideally,
No,
if we could put these chips in and be smarter and take every amount of information.
I'm not religious. I'm not religious
Right
at
on.
all. I do believe in Jesus and all that, but I don't. DA will tell you, I don't. I mean, I don't do. I have my own beliefs. But,
Sure.
When you're brought up around all that, like I was just making a comment, they
Absolutely.
always tell you the sign of the beast, and then they talk about putting chips in your wrist. Now they're talking about put chips in your head so you can communicate with this one. And
well, there would be no.
That's a little bit crazy.
I read an article back. I want to say it was
crazy.
1985 or 1986. It was an old. I believe it. Don't hold me to this, but I believe it was an edition of Popular Science or Popular Mechanics. I used to have subscriptions to both, but there was an article.
Great magazines.
Oh yeah, there was an article written about a Japanese company that was trying to do what they called RNA encoding at the time. They were taking protein enzymes and basically, like computer chips, they were carving information out of these protein enzymes. Yeah. And they postulated that they would be able to take this RNA messaging system and inject it into an infant. And by the time they were able to talk, they would have metabolized all of the information of being a doctor or being a lawyer.
Oh, wow.
Right. Yeah.
And this was in 85 or 86 when I saw it. I was a teenager. And I thought, wow, that is incredible. I wonder, have they already perfected that? Because they were trying.
Yes.
For sure.
DARPA? Yes. I would say so. Yeah, that's the breakaway civilization. That's the real elites.
Yeah. Well,
like this kid is going to be a soldier. And they give the kid an injection, and by the time the kid can walk, he's got all the combat skills that they had to that knowledge.
Well, CRISPR, yeah, you can use CRISPR for gene editing.
Yeah, back then they called it RNA messaging, and because RNA is basically the messenger of DNA. It transfers signals from protein to protein. It's the messenger of your DNA system. But they were looking at ways of hijacking that to basically, as your body absorbed it, you would mature and just have this massive knowledge. And can you imagine if that actually worked? What they'd be able to pull off? I mean, we would make colonizing the stars, completely feasible because they would have these basically infants in suspension that already have all the information, and they would just bring them out in cycles.
Right, and that's the whole thing about it, because that's why I struggle with how are we going to get to that level of advancement to be, interstellar traveling, galaxy exploring civilization, because you got to be. I don't think our current intellect is going to raise us up out there into the galaxy, right?
I said that to DA. I said our lifetime, we're not going to see it.
There you go. I don't think so.
We're not.
Not unless there's an outside influence that helps us get there.
Mm-hmm. Right. I think there is already. I think we have the technology to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, for them to even come out as far as telling us that we have reverse engineered, gravitational crafts, and we have one right now that we've been flying.
Yep.
That's big. That's huge.
Yep.
Was this just brought up in a recent news release?
It was.
I had not heard this.
I'll send it. I'll show it to you guys. It's more
perfect.
It's on the Aurora project. Remember the Aurora project?
Yep.
It rings a bell.
Yep.
And everybody's seeing this triangle aircraft in the air that's real slow, and they say it's a UFO and everything.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually they're saying that's actually ours.
Phoenix Lights.
That is our engineered gravitational ship, but it's used for spy work, for doing spy missions.
Sure.
That's what they're using it for, because they just 2 years now, the Blackbird, they retired the Blackbird.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to have something else out there to do spy missions that fly high, that they can't shoot down.
Right.
So what are we using?
Absolutely.
And that's what they disclosed. They disclosed this, and they said, we have the technology. We have a ship that's reverse engineered, and it's, reverse gravitational.
Reverse engineered from what, though? Did they say how they reverse engineered it?
See, that's the whole thing. They said that they have a ship that is flying. It's using the gravity. It's a gravity propulsion engine.
Yeah.
but they didn't say they reversed engineer it. The doctor is saying that's how we got the technology. They
okay.
Also,
Sure.
Bob Lazar said the same thing.
Yeah,
sure,
They're reverse engineering these crafts to where we're having, stealth technology now. We have all these new engines that are coming out. I mean, it's
but
crazy.
Bob also said, and we did an article and covered it because it tied in with Bruce Fenton talking about, maybe these UFOs, not just in 47 with Roswell, but maybe they crashed a long time ago and they've been here, right? Like
I don't think they ever left.
But Bob had said
there's beings.
Bob had said they had multiple craft.
Yeah,
right? That they were reverse engineering, and they found one that was
archaeological dig.
Exactly. Yes. And you're talking about the Kandahar giant and that stuff over there. I remember there was a lot of conspiracy articles about there being a Stargate portal over there, and
we kind of went in there and
there's a lot of wild
raided
stuff.
The museum a little bit in Iraq.
I'm just saying it. There's a lot of weird things.
There's strange things.
Men in Black soft disclosure type headlines.
Yeah, we'll never know this stuff.
Well, they loot,
But the thing is they've dropped enough breadcrumbs, and I am definitely not trying to pat myself on the back. Please don't take it that way. They're dropped enough breadcrumbs that shows like yours and ours are starting to put little connections there. We're like the crazy guy with the wall full of articles with the threads running to everything.
Oh yeah,
we're starting to link things they probably don't want us linking.
Yeah, absolutely. And more and more people are tuning into it too, because I think it's picking up in momentum. Even not even just UFO UAP, but even cryptids, right? Mm-hmm. That avenue
history. History is
all the things that we thought we knew type deal, or people are re-examining.
Tie into history.
Yeah.
Because they're saying, these reports of these pioneers and these town hall reports are just myth, and it's
they didn't know how to write an article back then,
no,
even though
just
written language.
Coal miners and no,
it's the only way to contain knowledge at that time. Are you kidding me? Bro. They didn't know what they were writing. Come on.
Reputable doctors, lawyers. I mean, right here, the story of the Newark Holy Stones. The guy that found it wasn't some super shady dude off the street that's trying to huckster people. He was a well-respected doctor in the community. Wyrick was a stand-up guy. His reputation got trashed because there's ancient Hebrew on a bunch of stones found in a mound in Newark, Ohio.
It's just not allowed.
With the story of Moses.
Not allowed.
Right. Moses' exodus from Egypt, written in perfect ancient Hebrew.
Like Bud said, you're not allowed.
It's just how it is. Not allowed.
Because the government and science is not like I said. If they ever, I said this to DA, if they ever came out and disclosed that Bigfoot was real, it would be
catastrophic to the paradigm.
It would be catastrophic to
that, and they'd be opening themselves up for God knows how many lawsuits.
Well, it goes back to
you think about it. What we believe in.
A very interesting point. I've never thought about the lawsuits.
Yeah.
All the missing people, right?
Maybe maybe admitting disappearances. Here's
I don't know. I mean, could you bring a lawsuit against that? I mean, that'd be like saying
people have filed a lawsuit against the government before.
Yeah.
It would have to be a class action, but it could be done.
But I'm saying, if you're in a national park and a grizzly bear eats you, can you file a lawsuit against the park, or were you just
no? But there are warnings about grizzly bears.
Warnings about
fair enough. Okay, fair enough. So now
people are told if you go out and get mauled by a grizzly bear, that's on you.
There's signs.
If you go out there and get mauled by something they don't even admit exists,
do you guys
that's kind of on them.
Well, they could also say we didn't know it existed. I don't. I
don't think they. At this point, I don't buy. They don't know it exists.
Mikey, you got kids?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You went camping as a kid?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
If they disclose that there's Bigfoot out in these national parks, would you take your kids camping?
Yes.
You would?
I mean, I wouldn't go deep backcountry, but I would definitely.
If they tell you,
but I guarantee you RVs would start looking like armored personnel carriers.
I mean, I think I would. Now, if it was dog man, we talk about this all the time because, hey, I'll tell you what, I see a dog man, I'm turning around, I'm gone.
Dogman or
Sasquatch?
Gugway.
Well, but
I'll sit there and take in the presence of a Bigfoot. I would love to see that.
Until
Dogman,
it's tearing your arm off.
I would probably
Yeah.
not run,
But-
but I would be more freaked out
Question.
and have to ease myself out of the situation.
question.
Right.
So
That's what I'm saying.
the artwork that you had
I
earlier,
don't think
DA,
Sasquatch are
malicious.
super. No, I don't.
Well,
I
But
mean,
that's
I
what I'm saying with the artwork that they looked
I think
more
some
almost Native American or
those
Aboriginal.
definitely wouldn't.
They
be
didn't
Sasquatch.
look like
Like-
that would be some type of.
some exactly.
It looks
That
like
looks
it
a
has
person.
more of
Right.
an awareness than just like a baseline like hunter predator. You know,
Right.
I feel
I
a
think
connection.
some of them are very much relic hominids, but then I
Right.
think others are just out and out monsters, like
Now,
the
they
Gugway.
say-
Sure.
Yeah,
They
you
see
really
the
think
dog
so?
man.
Yeah, there's other ones that are
Hmm.
really, really.
I'm
Like
sure there's a
then
spectrum.
you got-
You hear a lot.
They're
the
probably
places-
not all benevolent.
A
We
lot
got
of
serial killers among humans. So
Right.
why
That's what
wouldn't
I'm
there be
saying.
ones that just of the disposition they don't like people?
That's
Like
what I'm
the ones in-
saying.
well, the one
The ones in
that
Alaska?
recording.
Are
What's that?
nasty. The ones in Alaska are nasty.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
really?
far more aggressive.
We have
Okay.
Really?
you know somebody that lives there. That's also another researcher that we've had on the show that we're good friends with. He says he even said he was born and raised there. He's Native American. He says they don't talk about it. You know, you don't go.
Mm-hmm.
It's you don't want to interact with them. Basically,
Yeah.
Right.
not like here in Florida. People go out and oh, look at this and oh, this is great and yeah, that's all well and good. I mean, I've never heard of anything bad happening here. Texas, a little bit more aggressive.
Big thicket territory, yeah. They
Right.
tend to be pretty aggressive. Southeast
Really?
Oklahoma,
Very aggressive. Alaska, put it like this: they put this guy and his family in a fishing cabin, and they surrounded it, and they had guns, and they couldn't even get out.
Hmm.
yeah, Fred's story is terrifying.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Dang, bro.
and he's
Yeah, that's
Native
got me.
American.
That's got me
And he's
chills.
Native American, and he's telling
Right.
and he's
he
telling all
a
these
lot of
stories.
things in the woods.
Yeah, and he's saying, "Hey, man,
Don't mess
I could
with
take
this."
you guys out there, and you could see him right on the tree line. You want to see one? I'll show you.
What?
Yeah, but you're
What's
going
okay?
in. But you're going into a part of Alaska that is very, very rural. So you're
Yeah.
bringing a rifle with you.
Yep.
You're camping there. I mean, you have to go in by seaplane. I
Right.
mean, you're not just driving a car in.
So
Right.
so
Yeah.
people that have had encounters, or is it almost like tribal oral
Well, I mean,
history
think
from
about
his
it.
Native
Everyone-
American
And the tribes
ancestry
don't
as
talk
well?
about it out.
They don't
They
talk
generally
about
just
it.
won't talk about it
They
on
won't-
the
they
outside.
won't
Really?
talk. He had to get permission to have a podcast.
Oh, I believe it.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
to
I mean,
have
that's been
people
our-
write in to him
Yeah.
that live
We've
in
had
Alaska that
experiences
these
with the
experiences.
Mi'kmaq.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, his stories are actually being told by him, but some of his stories, I'd say 90% of them, are coming from elders and
Get out of
other-
here. What's
yeah,
his podcast?
Oh, for sure, dude.
What's the podcast
It's,
called?
his name is Fred Roll. It's called the Subarctic Sasquatch.
Oh,
I got to look it up right now because I don't want to forget it. I love
Yeah.
Sasquatch stories.
And some of the stuff that he's telling, I mean, they're very aggressive up there towards people. Very aggressive.
Interesting.
Here in
I wonder if
Florida,
that's just a resources thing. There's
and
just
they're
not.
big. They're big.
Look
know-
at bears. The farther north you get, the worse they get.
And they're big
Right.
up there too, man. They're estimating. I think they said 12 to 13 foot.
Dang, that's a big one. I mean,
So-
here in Ohio, they're like 8 to 9. I mean, 7
like
to
here.
9 foot. I
Like
think
here.
the 7-footers are females.
Like here, we got like 8, 9 foot, 10 foot here, maybe the biggest one. But
Yeah.
Here's one of the pictures that William Nighthawk sent us.
yeah,
Oh my god,
that's one that's standing over
bro!
the trees. Those are saplings.
what the?
What is that?
Is this so like the top half, like the head, shoulders, you can see
Yeah.
the arms,
Yeah.
but
That
then
just
like I
gave
can
me
see
chills,
I can see
bro.
like a leg, but then is that also kind of like the hair blending of how they
Oh.
kind of camouflage? Because it
Looks
looks
like
like,
it
from
kinda is,
chest
yeah.
down.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
That's so
Look how wide that the shoulders
Wild.
are.
Yeah.
yeah.
dear
William Nighthawk
Lord.
sent us that. I think, if I remember correctly, that was taken in Alaska.
Yeah.
Was he in the chat earlier?
He might have been.
Williams.
He's had some really bad health issues here lately. So,
well, many blessings too.
Wow, that is
prayers for him.
insane.
Like he said to us, like Fred said, if you guys ever come up to Alaska, you bet when you travel, bring your rifle.
See that picture again?
Yeah, can we see the picture one more time?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my God.
I don't want to say we should put an explicit warning on this because it's, indecent exposure of a Sasquatch, but God, dang, is that a good photo?
Man, that's creepy.
Oh no, that ain't nothing. I should upload the other photos that Jesus sent us.
Yeah.
Those
if you've got them handy.
And Jesus is the gentleman that's in Breaking Bad.
He's got photos.
That is so cool.
I would love to talk to him.
He's got some photos that he sent us that would blow your mind.
Well, if you talk to him, just let him know that Mikey and I think both of us probably yearly revisit Breaking Bad just to watch that show because I love the story.
3 months ago.
Yeah. Well, he's got a YouTube channel called Breaking Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
We gotta reach out, B.
Where have you guys been?
Awesome.
You guys don't know this stuff?
Dude, we're meeting people all the time.
It's one of those things too where
I can't have my pulse on every button sometimes.
But this is also the reason getting into such a community like this, and people like yourselves.
Yeah.
That you're going, you didn't know this? Oh, you shouldn't same DA. Oh, you want to talk to this person? Mike knows. Yeah.
You guys are definitely more on the cutting edge of the cryptid stuff. For sure than we are.
One thing I've noticed about when you get into the UFO and Bigfoot community is there's a lot of people that tend to either be very competitive or refuse to share information. Guys, I promise you, we are an open book.
Oh, it gets
anything
weird.
we've got, we're
so
happy
much
to share.
to go around. There's so much to go around, and if you try to just cloister that off and sequester it for yourself, it's not going to do you any good. I'm sorry. We're not trying to own anything. I'm just trying to talk about the stories. I'm trying to help talk about more stories. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
I want the information out.
No worries, dude.
I got to let the dog out. You just heard him bark. He's letting me.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta go, buddy.
Keep talking. We'll keep it going.
I mean, that picture, was gnarly.
That was wild.
I mean,
I've
never heard of the Sasquatches of Alaska.
I've heard of.
I'm not saying they wouldn't be up there, but
you guys should get William Nighthawk on your show.
Okay,
he is an awesome guest. He's a Lakota shaman. He's been dealing with stuff like this his entire life.
This is right up our alley.
Wealth of information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look it up.
And he's another one of those guys that's just absolutely, open book. Will share anything he knows.
Fantastic. There you go, William Nighthawk.
You guys brought up dumbs earlier.
Yeah,
I had something I wanted to share on that subject. I talked to a guy, and I won't say his name because he said he was under contract and couldn't really go on a public record. But he's a truck driver. Okay, I met him a few years back, but he did high dollar secured loads for the federal government. That's all he did. He would pick up a trailer here, take it to another place, pick up another trailer, take it to another place. And he told me of 2 places. One was in Chicago and one somewhere in Arizona, where he would pull his truck up, get out, they would drive it into an elevator, and it would disappear. And it would come back with a different trailer on it. One was in Chicago. He said, I don't know how deep it went, but it went deep. He said, because it was gone for a while.
Yeah. I've seen videos of people driving 18-wheelers in these huge underground dug out, blasted out, carved out.
Right here in Springfield.
And they have levels, DA.
Yeah.
You know that? Like Dulce, New Mexico.
Oh my God. Dulce's one of my favorite.
Is it Dulce?
Dulce. You can say either.
Potato.
Yeah.
But you've heard that story, right, DA?
Yes.
Bill Schneider and dropping down into the cavern system there, and the Greys and the reptilians and the level 7 and the human experience.
Yeah, as you go down to the levels, 1 is kind of JV.
Yeah.
2's, one's kind of like 8th grade bench. And then eventually around level 4, you're on the varsity team. And then it just gets like
level 7's like expert.
And it's
there's a facility here
all
in
the
town,
secrets.
Springfield Underground. And I used to work there in security, and they blast constantly expanding this, and I know it goes for miles.
Have you ever heard about anything underneath the Chicago O'Hare Airport?
I have not, but I can ask around. I know some folks that might know something. But the Springfield Underground here has massive food storage, computer information storage, and military storage.
Okay.
And it's a massive facility right here under Springfield.
Wow. And I mean, is that public? Is there like entrances and signs?
You can't get in. Security will not let you in unless you've got a reason to be down there. But yeah, it's down there. I mean,
the public knows about it.
You drive right up to it. It's a public thing here. Everybody knows about it.
So do you think these are these fallout shelters or like, underground cities?
They're carved into solid limestone, and I know for a fact the one here in town has a full internet hub that could support itself.
Big server rooms. Wow.
Yeah, massive server rooms. There was another one they were building in Carthage, Missouri, and I don't know why, but they shut it down, and it's for sale now.
That's
wild.
Weird.
I think it's like 1.5 million square feet of excavated tunnel.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, you hear about, celebrities and people all over the world buying up these old military installations that are defunct or
moving to New Zealand and building a bunker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very big topic not long ago, right? That was common to hear. Or that it was a high-end commodity that the very wealthy were making their fallout shelters, like legit fallout shelters.
Yeah,
there's a lot of talk.
Well, we always suspected here in the Springfield when the security guys, we always suspected there were more levels that we just didn't have access to.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah,
of course.
I mean,
of course.
Have you ever seen any of the videos of people? I don't even know what state they're in, hiking in the mountains, and they'll see grates. They'll see entrances in the side of the mountains.
Yeah. Oh, like vents.
Yes.
Well, that one conspiracy show that Jesse the Body Ventura used to do.
Yeah.
He did one on the Pinsmore Castle.
Yeah.
That's about 12 miles from where I'm sitting.
Oh, really?
Wow. That was a great
refresh
show.
me on
Take
that,
you right
BA.
to it. Some mysterious multi-billionaire, I don't even know if they've ever said the guy's name, blasted into the bedrock down between here and Branson, Missouri. I think the closest town's actually Highlandville. But he blasted into the bedrock and built this massive fortified bunker-style castle. The walls are like 3 feet thick. It's got multiple levels beneath it, allegedly even connected to a rail system. Don't have any confirmation on that. A buddy of mine went out there and tried to sneak a drone in, and they shot it down.
For real?
Yeah. Blew it out of the sky with a shotgun.
Sweet Jesus.
And you can't get near the place. You cannot get near it. You can drive right past it on the road, but if you even slow down at the gate, security's out there like a shot.
Well, where there's activity like that, I would say they're hiding something.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah.
It's called Pinsmore Castle. Yeah, you guys can Google
I need
it.
to look that up.
Did he actually get to go inside it?
No.
Jesse?
They didn't let him in it.
Nope, they shut him down too.
That was called Conspiracy Theory.
Wow.
Jesse the Body
Ventura. Man, I remember that show. It was amazing.
It was a pretty good show.
Work.
I remember.
Yeah,
he did a really good one on the what is that? The island off of New York where the Montauk Monsters.
Island. Oh
Montauk. He did a good one on that one too. But he got chased off of that one too. He tried to get to the island and they ran him off.
Plum Island.
Yeah,
Montauk.
when I saw the episode about Pinsmore, I was like, "Holy crap! That's literally just down the road from me."
And did you know this at the time?
At the time, no, I didn't even know it was being built.
So wow.
Wait, it was just built?
It's actually construction's still ongoing.
Oh,
supposedly the exterior is done, but the people that live near that still say the ground shakes once in a while.
So wow, they're going down in for what?
Yeah, we don't know how deep it is.
Probably connect into that giant underground installation.
Nor do we really even know who it belongs to.
Right. The Overlords. I don't know, man. That's wild. I've never heard of it. I'll have to watch that episode if I can go back. Maybe I can YouTube
It's on YouTube for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can Google Pensmore Castle, Pensmore, Pensmore
Nice.
Castle, and there's all kinds of, I mean, like a lot of all the tinfoil hat stuff really comes out of the works because people are trying to figure out what the hell what's even being built. I mean,
right.
the walls of the house alone could take artillery fire.
Ooh, just shelling it. You'd be totally safe inside there.
Yeah.
But why would you build a bunker there?
I don't know.
Missouri limestone, my friend. Missouri limestone.
It's easy.
Is that
one of the continuity of government facilities somewhere here in Missouri? I don't know where it's at.
Oh yeah. Oh my old neighbor Ron. There's weird stuff in Missouri, man.
Because
you guys have a lot of strange as well, DA.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. I was about to say you're
Southern Illinois. I mean, you're by Southern Illinois-ish.
Well, right there across from St. Louis in Cahokia, Illinois, is the Cahokia Mounds.
Well, that's where Cemetery X is as well, which we talked about on our show, where people they don't want to tell you where this cemetery is because it's so haunted. Portals opening up.
I would need a lot
of
protection.
I'd like to find that and go check it out.
Would you really?
Well,
I would. I totally would go. I'm that guy.
Damn.
This ghost hunter Dave told them, these guys, the Hollow Sky podcast, do not go to this place. If you can mess with the devil,
you can ghost hunt all you want.
He said, if you mess with the devil, sometimes the devil will follow you home.
My wife and I, we used to be really into geocaching. Okay. And in Missouri, a lot of geocaches are hidden in cemeteries, which is not unnormal. And back when my boys were pretty little, they're all grown now, but this would have been 10, 15 years ago. More like 10 years ago. We loaded up, we went out geocaching, and we found a geocache that we wanted to find just outside Mount Vernon, Missouri.
Okay.
And we took our dog with us. At the time, we had this gigantic, goofy bull mastiff who was born with only one eye. He was just an awesome dog, and he went with us a lot of places. In fact, our geocaching name was Team One-Eyed Dog. But we find this cemetery out in the middle of nowhere, and it's outside Mount Vernon, Missouri. And we go in there, and it's the weirdest thing. We find some of the graves look like they've been partially excavated.
Oh boy!
Some of the tombstones, like something has been digging up underneath the tombstone, and the graves were facing different directions. You know, in most cemeteries, all the graves face east, correct?
Sure.
Not these. These were facing at every direction you can name. Some even had angles. That's the first thing that freaked me out. So we find the geocache, and we're just kind of looking around. And I got to see if I can find the pictures we took, because we've lost a couple of computers since then, so we've lost a lot of our digital photos. But if I can find the photos, I'll send them to you. But anyway, we're looking around the cemetery, and I've kind of got this eerie feeling the whole time we're there. So I'm like, all right, well, let's get the boys and get the dog and get out of here. Well, Coda, who was a very gentle dog, suddenly starts getting very defensive. And he's watching the trees on the other side of the cemetery. And out of the trees on the far side walks this gigantic black dog. It is probably, and Coda was probably $140, $150 in his prime, and that dog was way bigger than Coda. So I'm like hanging on to him by the leash. I've got it wrapped around my arm, because he's wanting to go after it, and that's not normal for him. So I'm backing him toward the car. I'm telling the kids to move, and this dog comes out into the cemetery and watches us as we leave. It doesn't get any closer, but it watches us the whole time as we're leaving. So I get the dog in the car, I get the kids in the car, and my wife is taking pictures. She's at the passenger side, and I'm heading around the car to get into the driver's side. I've already got the dog and the boys secured. As I'm going to get back in, Annette's snapping digital pictures. Well, at one point, the dog turned and went back into the trees, but she still kept taking pictures until I was ready to go. So we get home, we put these computers on the screen, and you can see the dog plainly in these pictures. But after, like the third picture after the dog had disappeared into the trees, as she changed the angle, one of the trees looked exactly like that dog, like it was still watching us.
I don't know. I don't know if I can
absolutely
go to this cemetery.
Freaked me out. Absolutely freaked me out.
Oh boy.
You have this photo still?
If we didn't lose it, because we lost a couple of computers over the last 10 years
okay.
that have just went, crap the bed. But if
Sure.
I've still got all of those old photos, which I think I might on one of our flash drives, if I can find that, I'll send it to you. But you can see it plain as day. That tree looks like a giant dog.
That would freak me out. Yeah,
use hard drives, back up your data.
That's why I started putting stuff on thumb drives.
Right.
Yeah, I'll go if we got a group of people going. I'll do that.
Can we get your Native American shaman friend to do a
if he was healthy enough to come down here, I would have. Well, he did send me this.
Oh, that's right. You said he wasn't feeling good right now. Oh, okay.
And he sent me a spirit bag to protect me from going places like this.
Amazing.
That's awesome.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
You should see the hat band he made for me.
Oh man, look at that. That's beautiful.
Wow. Yeah, he made that by hand for me.
Oh yeah.
That's sweet.
I had a patient one time who made his own slippers. He was Native American, made his own beaded slippers.
Cool.
And when I say they were the nicest thing I've ever seen,
comfortable, huh?
I was like, how much would that cost to get a pair of those? He's like, $400.
Yeah.
He's like, this is all hand beaded work.
Oh,
and I mean, it was incredible.
Yep.
That is so cool.
He beaded all of this by hand. It's all little tiny beads.
Yeah.
And,
it's incredible.
Yeah, you can see on the side
it's a nice hat.
Yep.
The medicine Beautiful. Wheel. But he also, as he was making the beads, he was putting protections upon it for me to wear.
Right.
I mean,
that's so
hey
cool.
Man, I am a believer. I've 100%. I feel like if you're going to go into spiritual territories and you're not prepared or have some kind of work or thing that you put, you really have to. You can't take it lightly walking into these dimensional worlds that we don't really understand.
Yeah, you don't play around with it.
Nope. But at least
I mean, I would go observe it maybe.
But that's something that maybe you're not on the sidelines. Maybe you're in deeper than you think.
Just observing.
Maybe there's no just observing. I mean,
you're either in or you're out.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm already in then.
You're
I mean, geez. All right, let's go to the cemetery. Let's go. Let's go.
We'll go to the cemetery, and I will
guys,
be
come
in
on
the
down. I'll take
production
you to
vehicle.
It. I'm like 99% sure I can find it again.
So, DA, do you think the dog? Do you think it was physical, or do you think it was some kind of a spirit?
I don't know, but it gave me the heebie-jeebies because it was it was like it was made of shadow. I mean, it was just pitch, absolutely pitch black.
Right.
Not a white spot, not a lighter colored spot anywhere. Just this, like the Hound of the Baskervilles, like this just enormous black dog. And it looked more like a wolf than a mastiff because the dog I was pulling back was, like I said, he was 140, 150 pound bull mastiff.
Big dog. That's a big dog.
He's a big boy. And our English mastiff that we got, he was bigger than that. Coda was probably $180, $190. Him in his prime.
Wow.
Xander. We've had a few mastiffs over the years. We're going to get another one, but they're the best dogs for being protecting your kids because they're just absolutely gentle with your kids. But God help somebody that messed with them. And I had never seen that dog get that aggressive, wanting to go after something. His hackles were up. He was growling.
Right. Wow.
He was not happy, and he was trying to keep himself between it and the boys.
Well, could be something spiritual. This could have been a spirit.
There was something dark there.
Well, here's the thing: is maybe it is one of those like an actual curse, where it's like the curse of the giant black dog, and it's this protector.
Well, with the graves facing multiple different directions, and some of them dating back to the mid 1800s, we think it was on holy ground.
I'm sure there's a mound or something there.
Something like the Stephen King sentiment of the ground is sour.
Yeah.
Right.
Robert D says hellhound. Maybe. I didn't see like red glowing eyes or anything.
Hellhound,
it was just
exactly.
Like the entire thing was black. But again, it was built more like a wolf than a mastiff. When I hear people describe hellhounds, they're generally built like a gigantic mastiff, that very broad kind of square head.
Right.
This had a wolf type or German Shepherd type head, but it dwarfed Coda. And like I said, he was $140 easy.
That's crazy. That's a big dog.
Yeah.
Both of them. I mean, 140, 150 pound dogs. Big dog.
All right, Bub, you're going to a haunted cemetery with DA.
I'm in.
And I'm going to sit in the production van, and we'll just have a bunch of cameras running.
We'll get you a hot tub. We'll get you a hot tub filled with holy water. We'll keep you safe. We'll throw garlic.
I'm going to be hanging out with
garlic in there. We'll dump some silver bullets in there.
Hey, sounds great.
I'm telling you, because
a couple of guys are asking if it might have been a dog man. It could. I mean, it easily could.
Yeah.
This thing, if I had to guess, ballpark, that dog probably weighed 350, 400. It was massive.
What?
That's the size.
That's a huge dog.
Like lion.
Yeah, like I said, it dwarfed my bull mastiff, and he was easily 140 to 150 pounds. He was a big dog.
Wow. When you said dwarfed, I thought maybe we're like talking 250. Wow.
No, this thing was twice his size.
I mean, that's a black bear size in weight, right? 400 pounds, like a light black bear.
That's the first thing I thought when it came out, that it was a freaking bear.
Did you really?
But yeah, I thought, holy crap, is that a bear? Because it was so big. But when it got away from the trees, and I saw, but once it got away from the trees and out into the sunlight, where I could see it, you could see the head was shaped more like a wolf or a German Shepherd, and it had a tail.
That's wild.
Is there any other stories about that area?
About that area? I've asked
has anybody
around.
Ever seen it? Yeah.
And I've heard people that are from that area say that the high schoolers would dare themselves to drive down that gravel road on nights.
Right.
But I've heard stories about weird chanting sounds coming from the cemetery at night.
Yeah.
But I've never been there at night.
Yeah.
I got pictures. Wait a minute. I got pictures of.
He's back.
Because I was doing my research with the dog man and getting those pictures for Jesus. I'm looking them up.
Yeah.
I don't know if these pictures are real, but somebody sent these pictures. I don't know if DA seen them yet.
David, no, it wasn't a howler. It was a dog. It was definitely a dog.
Sent me these pictures. I don't remember who sent me these pictures, but this is a dog man, and this thing is looking in the car window at someone. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
That
hold on, dude.
That almost looks like a still from a movie with so much detail. But if it's a movie or something like that, it's nothing I recognize.
Is it like digital art? Is it digital art though?
I don't recognize the picture either. At all.
So is it a reflection?
From West Coast Dogman says that's from a movie.
I don't know.
It looked as clear as it was. It looked like it had been.
I don't know.
It looks like digital art to me.
I'm telling you, if I had that looking in my window,
I'm not going anymore, DA. I'm going to rescind my offer. Moment. I'm not going to the cemetery if that's the dog man. I'm sorry.
I'm going to pull up the pictures for you guys from.
God, dude, you had me going, Anthony.
These pictures are from Jesus that he took himself.
Okay.
In New Mexico.
These are going to freak you out, boys.
This is going to freak you out. The one picture I'm going to pull up, you guys keep talking. I got to find them and put them in. But he was camping with his buddy.
Okay.
In this one
guy who would not believe in Bigfoot said they don't exist.
He doesn't believe in Bigfoot. But after this, he said to him, he don't even ask him to go back to this. He goes, don't even ask me to go camping because you could go by yourself after this. And when I show you the picture, it's going to blow your mind.
So who won't go camping anymore?
His buddy.
The guy that told Jesus he didn't believe in Bigfoot.
Right.
Are you looking for the pictures now, Anthony?
Yeah, I am. I'm looking. I got them saved. I just got to pull them
Jesus. Jesus told us a story when he was on the show that I'll share with you guys. When he was on the Navajo reservation, they found a horse that had been just recently killed. They didn't know who it belonged to. It hadn't decayed, so it had just been recently killed. And it had been killed by something ripping its hind leg off. Full-grown horse. What does that?
We had a similar story in Ohio recently with the horse in the barn that they found it in the stream, and the sheriff was basically like, I don't know what animal did this.
Creature was the word he used.
There you go. Thank you.
He used the word creature.
So
this horse's hind leg had been ripped off, and he said there's one road on the reservation that is lined with abandoned houses because everybody that lived there up and moved because Bigfoots were trying to get into their house.
Oh my God.
What?
And I know out on the reservations, there's a lot of stories.
We got to get out there.
Well,
Yeah, good luck getting on the Navajo res without knowing somebody.
yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
not to expose, not to exploit, but just I want to learn. I want to have those experiences in a safe environment, and you really learn about it, and really get that understanding. That's the only way I think you can go about it sometimes is, and again, you got to kind of establish those relationships.
The Four Corners area is so paranormal.
Yeah.
I mean, Ohio, that's like times 10.
I'm with you. It's like
you guys
dropping into the bowl in Albuquerque.
You guys need to get Jesus on your show. You really
I
do.
would absolutely
are you kidding
love
me?
to.
I would.
I'll see if I can arrange that and get them in touch with you.
That would be ridiculous
incredible.
Because just let him know I'm going to wear him out with questions because
he'll love it. Dude is razor sharp, very intelligent dude.
And
he has had some incredible experiences out there not only on the res, but in other places in New Mexico.
Oh, see, this is why we do this though, because I'm getting charged up. Like I know I should be wanting to go to sleep just because it is late, but I don't. Like I am so. It's like the night before Christmas.
They had be sure to check out and subscribe Nighthawk High Strangeness podcast.
Oh yeah, no, I got it. I got it.
That's the link to
his. Oh yeah.
We got a reminder.
Yep.
You got it saved?
I got it on my phone. Yeah.
Got it.
William Nighthawk. Yeah. Oh.
He'd be another great guest for you guys. Absolutely awesome guy.
That's so cool.
Wow, DA, that would be incredible.
I mean, so his friends, he took them camping. They didn't believe in Sasquatch.
Mm-hmm.
But was it Dogman they encountered or Sasquatch?
No, it was a Sasquatch. But
it was a Sasquatch.
I'm loading the pictures up now.
Okay.
To get, it takes a while. I don't know.
Sure.
Why.
No worries.
But these pictures are going to blow your mind.
So were they, when they said we're not camping with anymore, did they have just seeing them, or did they have like an interaction to where they're like
interaction, but you'll see why.
Yeah, I don't want to give it away. I want the pictures to speak for itself.
You'll see why.
Yeah, Bob, stop asking questions.
Let's just say he had a very, very close encounter.
You'll never go camping again once you see these pictures. Put it like that.
Does he still go camping?
Oh yeah,
in an RV though. Yeah,
in an RV now. He's got the same model of RV that they used in Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad.
Are you kidding me?
The Winnie?
No, the same color, everything.
Wow.
That's the best. Oh my gosh.
The meth kitchen.
And he actually has fake. He actually has fake meth inside the kitchen.
Oh no!
And he said,
"Dude, be careful! Get pulled up."
If he ever gets pulled over, it's going to be a
dude.
tragedy. He said.
God, that's funny.
I love.
Well, it won't pass the test. I mean, you just put it in a little shaker and it turns blue. But
I wonder how many times he's been pulled over. Like, sir, is Walter White? What are we hiding here, buddy?
Can you imagine pulling that RV over?
I think he's got fake meth in the.
That'd be the best picture.
Oh, I'd definitely be posing for pictures if I pulled it over.
I don't think I would. I mean, not that I think even an RV might save me from a squatch, but I don't think I'd feel
RVs
safe
are made to be light enough to be carried.
RV's not saving you from no squatch.
No, RV wouldn't. The door on an RV would come off. I mean, it would tear
cardboard.
That would tear into those pretty easily.
I've heard accounts of them lifting whole trailer houses.
Yeah.
Like lifting the entire, like the person's inside it, and they're like not just banging on the windows, but like something lifted up our whole house. Like that's what I'm like.
Yeah, they're incredibly
I don't know
strong.
what I'd feel safe in. Maybe if I was in like a giant human Kong, like a rubber ball that he couldn't like get.
I wouldn't want to be slammed against a wall to see what would happen.
Yeah. Just go throwing me through the.
Just like a dog has got to chew on it to get the squishy treat from inside.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Nope.
All right.
Wow.
Let's see.
Did you find him, man?
Oh yeah, I found them. They're just they're getting uploaded. Hold on a minute. Yeah,
I couldn't find my copies. I don't know if they got deleted or moved to another file.
You know me. I got everything saved. So I'm gonna put up.
This is awesome.
Pictures.
Oh. West Coast Dogman Project said Jesus has some of the best Bigfoot photos I've ever seen.
Wow.
That's Shane.
Okay.
That's our buddy Shane.
Hey Shane, what's happening?
You need to get.
Yeah, you should check Shane out. He'd be a good one to have on. He's a dog researcher
cool.
from out in California.
All right, Shane.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Shane's down, man. You need to get him on your show.
Nice.
Feel it.
He has a wealth of knowledge on Dogman out there.
Okay. I've never heard anything about. Hey, Necro, what's up, buddy?
Necro.
So I've never heard anything about Dogman in California.
Oh,
I don't know if I know any stories about dog. That's amazing.
It's been seen all across the U.S. There's a lot of stories from the Border Patrol about them coming across the border.
Yeah, they got
now
flare systems out there.
Sure.
Traveling.
If it's down there in kind of the Baja region, that's a lot of stream.
Mojave Desert. Reports of them using the LA River Basin to come into town.
That makes sense. Traveling in and out of there.
Yep.
Come in and get a free snack.
Body of water.
See. All right, you gentlemen ready?
Dude.
You guys ready?
I think so. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
William Nighthawk, he says, hey, he's been listening. Hey, William.
Oh, here's William.
Hey, William.
He comes in and out. He's fighting. He's very sick.
William, you need to get a hold of these guys. They want to have you on their show.
Yeah, many prayers to you. Hope you feel better, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, it'd be an honor to speak with you. Absolutely.
Yeah, I
would never turn down that opportunity.
Upload, and then I'll start laying them out to you guys.
Well, like Shane was just saying, a lot of immigrants go missing out in California.
Yeah.
You know, when you've got a heavy homeless population and a lot of undocumented, those people don't get reported. But according to NAM US, 600,000 people are reported missing in the US every year.
All right,
that's so
guys,
wild,
ready?
Dude.
It's pretty.
Okay.
Oh
God.
Now, I'm going to set the stage like
Put my glasses on.
Okay.
The stage is set to where him and his buddy are doing research out in New Mexico. They're outside of the Navajo reservation area, somewhere out there.
Very close to it, but not on the res.
Okay. So they go out there, they're hanging out, and they decide that they're going to go to bed. And they're in a tent. This
guy refuses to believe in Bigfoot.
You don't believe in Bigfoot.
Okay.
This is what
skeptic.
This is
he wanted to go out to prove Jesus is wrong.
Right. This is what's looking in at them in the tent.
Jesus.
What?
That was on the screen mesh on the side of their tent.
Yeah, it's looking in at them.
Look at the teeth.
That is
look at the teeth.
Creepy.
Look at the.
So he took the picture of it.
What?
I don't know what to think about that.
There's another picture of another one standing next to it, and it's a little bit smaller. I have it. It's looking in with it.
So weird.
Bring that one up.
Huh?
Bring that picture up.
I am.
That photo scared the poo out of me.
Yeah, the guy doesn't want to go camping anymore. I'm not going camping with you anymore, man. That's nuts.
Bro.
He's like.
What if you saw that peeking through your tent? Still want to see Bigfoot, bud?
Again, another mag dump moment.
No, I'd be in the. I gotta be in the RV.
Yeah, he was basically scared shitless. The guy, he said.
Oh, I bet.
He said, "I'm not going."
It was beyond basically.
Yeah, because I'm not going with them. I'm not doing this. He's nuts. He goes, these things are walking around out there and looking inside the tent, and he goes, you can hear them breathing and grunting.
Oh my gosh!
At them. To where he's like, okay, I'm going to pull this one up for you now. This is the same picture, and it's them. It's another one next to it in the tent that looking in.
That was weird.
I'm going to have. Oh, my God.
Is that another one?
Look at it.
Yeah, right next to it. See the small one? If you take these pictures and you pull the pictures out, these are very big right now. You pull them out a little bit, you could see the little one has its mouth open. It's the shape of an O. He's like, whoa.
Oh, yeah.
My God.
On the far right.
Yeah.
I got you.
He's going,
you take these pictures and blow them out like they're a little smaller, you could get more detail. I don't know why they're coming out so big on here.
That's one of the freakiest things I have ever seen. This is inside a tent. Nope. I'm good.
They're in the tent, but these things are looking in at them.
Yep. Nope. I got you. I would.
Okay.
not feel good about
Now,
that situation.
This is a picture of one that he got peeking over a tree log out in New Mexico up in the mountains.
That's weird.
I mean,
is that the whole head, or is that a body we're looking at?
That's the head,
is that
the eyes,
That's just the head,
the nose, the mouth.
got it? Looks more like an orangutan or something.
Kind of
right. Then he's got
pretty weird.
Same area. Wait, same area now. This is the same area. This is another one. This is going to be. These pictures will be. I don't know why they're coming out so big.
Oh, sure. I mean, good grief.
Jesus. Wow.
Yeah, I
now that's pretty. I mean, is that close up? It's
yeah.
Is
but
this
if you,
zoomed
these
in?
Pictures are coming out big. I don't know why on here, but if you pan these pictures out, you can get more detail. You can see the detail.
Right. I mean, that's pretty clear.
Yeah,
that looks more ape-like to me.
Yeah.
Now this one, I'm going to show you.
It kind of had that Aboriginal almost too. Kind
I'm
of like.
going to see if you guys could pick the Bigfoot out in this picture. Now
you got it. Where's Waldo?
This one was taken here in Florida. It is up in by Jacksonville area. It's a guy that I spoke to on the phone. These Bigfoot are harassing him and his wife at the house.
Oh no.
Okay. Now this picture was taken at an abandoned house that was behind his property on a couple of acres. Tell me if you could see it.
Down below in the chain, in the
right there. See
underneath
the eyes looking out
the
at
barn.
him, the nose?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like underneath the barn. Or it's down in the
house.
Right.
Yeah, he took that. Yep.
Where am I looking?
Right in the center, in the dark space.
Mm-hmm.
See where the
chain link fence.
the red siding's off on the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay, look in that one little box area. You'll see two black eyes and nostrils sticking out.
What were they having experiences and stuff? Sightings on the.
There was an old lady that was feeding it. Feeding them, and when she passed away, they started harassing this guy who lived next door.
It's like Betty White in Lake Placid,
right?
Feeding the cow to the giant crocodile.
These things are jumping on his 2-story house, ripping the motion lights off his house.
Sure.
They're throwing.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
No, man, I couldn't. I can't.
Well,
I couldn't imagine being in that tent.
Those seemed more like animalistic to me.
Right. So you still want
That's why I think there's more than one type.
Yeah,
I think there are some that are very relic hominoid looking, and then I think others that are just pure animal.
Yeah.
I would agree from the photos
ones.
that there's a variety.
Yeah.
When you guys when we get off the air,
I'm
gonna while you guys are still talking, I don't know if you guys seen this footage, but I got footage.
Yeah.
DA knows what I'm talking about. And I can't show it on the air because I haven't got permission yet. But I'll show it to you guys when we get off. So stay on.
Okay.
It's clear footage and it'll blow your freaking mind.
Yeah, don't.
We don't have permission. We don't have permission to put it on the air yet.
Supposedly, it was taken from a chopper, and it was taken from a military helicopter, and they were tracking it. So when we get off the show, stay on. So I'll put it up for you guys, and you can watch the video.
That's so cool.
It'll blow you away.
I'm in.
Yeah, my Bigfoot belief meter is at near broken.
2 years ago, you didn't, or 3 years ago, you didn't Bigfoot.
Yeah,
I started getting on the train late because again, it was just kind of Bigfoot and a Loch Ness monster, and
you believed when you were a kid, and then you didn't.
and then I kind of got it knocked out of my head, and then after a longer time, I was like, no, there's a possibility, and then the more stories and evidence and photos and personal accounts of people that have no reason to make it up.
Well, that's the thing is a lot of times it ruins people's lives.
Yeah, it doesn't usually make you like a celebrity or help you out in any way. It usually makes you have to leave the town you're in, or you become like the joke of everybody's, story in town. Yeah, you don't want that kind of pariah associated with you.
that last photo he showed, if that's the one you're talking about, that last photo was taken in Florida, about an hour from where Anthony lives.
Yeah.
Weird, man. These photos are weird.
Hey, DA, I can't link it up. I'm going to send it to you on Messenger.
Okay.
And you could put it up.
William wanted me to bring up that picture from Alaska again. That's the one from Alaska.
My God.
I got to put my glasses on for that. Hold on.
That's the same one I showed you before, but I wanted to bring it back up.
Bro.
That's the whole thing about it, though. That one for me is
That
like,
one's weird.
even though it's further away, there's no mistaking like, oh, well, the camera got blurry or something and made the trees right there look. No.
To me, that says giant.
Right.
That's
right.
huge.
That's what I'm saying. It speaks volumes.
I would
just
like to know
photo.
if anybody went out and measured that tree that it was standing in front of.
I don't
was
know.
able to judge any of this, because you could by scale get a piece of software that if you knew how tall those trees were.
You could, but it's in
estimate.
Alaska, right?
David By says it's even got this pronounced sagittal crest.
There you go.
For sure. For sure.
I mean, that's a great photo. That's a great photo.
Well, the crest, the Denisovans, and how many other hominids? We're just reading about the Homo floresiensis, and the Hobbit being in Flores might actually still
Homo
be around.
heidelbergensis. And there's a bunch of different ones.
Is alive.
Yeah, I sent it to your messenger, not co-host.
Okay, let me grab it.
You could put it up once we get off and let the guys watch it, and they'll, basically shit themselves when they see this one. Yeah.
I do have a theory about the Flores Hobbit person, DA.
What's that?
Homo floresiensis is orang-pendek.
Yeah, I think the same thing. Yeah.
That's a good. To me, that's a very good, likely explanation for it.
Mike loves orang panda.
Well, here's the thing. I think it's the closest thing to an actual
in Vietnam. And
yes,
the rock apes are the same thing that he was talking about.
The rock apes
that are the orang pendek that these soldiers were running into.
Yes, bro.
That's
on the fire bases up there.
I need to.
Hey, I didn't get that. Oh, I just got it. Okay.
You got it? Okay.
I need to remember the name of those.
But,
was it Billy Gorillas? Billy Apes?
Billy Apes.
Billy Apes.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not going to forget that one either.
You want to see one?
A Billy Ape?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got a Billy Ape?
Yeah, I got them somewhere in here.
Jesus. Yeah, I would love to see a Billy
they're
Ape.
actual animal. Like, we know they're real,
Yeah,
right?
they've been documented.
Yeah, they have photos of them.
I could look it up on my phone. I
don't know how rare the photos are, though. I don't know if they've been photographed all that much.
Well, they say the nearest genetic relation to them is the eastern lowland chimp, but these things dwarf the chimps. They absolutely dwarf them. Here's a picture of one, but it doesn't really have much scale in it. But it does kind of give you a really good look at their face. They're kind of freaking terrifying to look at. They look like a massive chimp. Come up. Why is this not coming up?
Homo floresiensis.
There it is.
Oh yeah, look at that, bub. That thing would tear you apart.
Yeah, that looks almost exactly like the apes from Congo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amy, good gorilla.
Bad
Amy,
gorilla.
protect Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop eating my sesame cake.
Oh man,
I love
that movie. Right?
I'm gonna go home and rent that.
Hey, here's
so good.
Here's the actual full image of the one that one was taken from.
Dude, if you ran into that,
I'm done. Sorry. Yeah, you got no chance.
None. Yeah, they are primarily bipedal.
And they're super endangered, right?
I have no idea.
We don't know how many there are. I mean,
it looks like they can take care of themselves.
Yeah, there's a reason they call them lion killers.
Yeah,
because they would actively hunt lions. They're carnivores.
I feel like that kind of looks like the monkey on the tattoo that I have on the inside of my arm that Carlos did.
Yeah, Joe Rogan did a podcast on them.
I believe it.
Yeah, it rings a bell.
But I mean, they're using tools. They're standing upright.
They've made war on other clans of Billy Ape.
Right.
Right. Chimpanzees are notorious for taking each other out and going to war.
These are like
very warring
chimpanzees that are the size of a gorilla, but are more aggressive.
Nope. I'm good. There's no chance there. You're done. You would need that laser gun from Congo that was powered by the diamond.
And they're on the endangered species cannibals list too.
Yeah.
They eat each other.
Lost city of Zinj.
Yep, that's what it was.
Yeah, they the locals in the Congo had been saying for years and years and years and years to anybody that, Western scientists that came to the Congo to study, like, watch out for the killer ape. They're like, there's no such thing as a killer ape. Apes are mostly agrarian and they're passive. Like, no, there's one out there that kills lions. And Western science again, oh no, that couldn't exist. Until 1999, when National Geographic caught one on a trail cam, and they weren't even looking for him. They were looking for something else.
Well, here's the thing: Western science.
Imagine
do we have these creatures over here? No. So how can we say that it's not real?
Yeah,
this is a recent picture.
I never believe indigenous folks. It's ridiculous.
They caught this one 3 years ago walking in a farmer's pasture. Ready?
Dang, he's ripped. Look at that.
Is there another one back in the barn?
Yeah,
Look
sitting up.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Sitting
you
up
can
on
see
the
its
ledge.
hand on the pole.
Yep.
That thing would toss you around like a rag doll. You have
I say a chimpanzee is 10 times stronger than we are. Yeah. How much stronger would that thing be? Or a Bigfoot?
Bautista would get beat up by that thing.
Yeah. That's an animal that could rip your arms off of your body. Literally, just if it wanted to rip them from your body. That's terrifying.
That's nasty ape.
Nasty. Those pictures and the pictures of.
So, do you think Bigfoot are somehow distant relatives, or like a in-between version of those and humans, or they're more?
I used to be 100% in the camp that Bigfoot was an ape, that it was a North American ape.
Yeah.
The more I find different descriptions from people, the more I find like those drawings that William Nighthawk sent. The more I hear like Anthony's account when he said its face looked aboriginal.
Right.
The more I think there's more than one type. I think there's a relic hominid, a relic humanoid type, and then I think there's one that's very much animalistic.
Well, they know that there were humans lived with 30 other hominids.
Right.
Oh yeah.
A bunch of different hominids, whether it's
there is a count
Neanderthals.
That they are, some of them here in Florida, the swamp apes in Florida, some of them do look Indian and Aboriginal, Native American.
Okay.
Some look like apish and more like orangutan too.
Like the skunk ape.
Yes. Yep.
Boys, it has been a long time since we've gone 4 hours on a show.
Yeah. Is it 4?
Yeah,
we're coming up on the 4 hour mark. And guys, I feel like we haven't even really scratched the surface of stuff we could talk about. How about this? Not. How about we go ahead and start wrapping things up for tonight? Okay. But cool. Let's do a part 2 of this. Let's get you guys back on. And jump into this again, and we'll talk aliens, we'll talk cryptids, we'll go down the full rabbit hole, and maybe if William's feeling up to it, we'll invite William Nighthawk along for the ride.
Oh my God, that'd be
amazing! That would be so cool.
I like to get
the answer's yes.
I like to get Fred on with you guys too.
Fred, okay,
to meet him.
And Jesus, but that'd be a lot of people on screen at the same time.
Well, we could split it up.
Yeah,
and do multiple episodes. Yeah,
we should do that.
Honestly, I think we're pretty much game for anything. You guys,
however you guys want to do it,
thoroughly blown our minds tonight.
Yeah.
When you see this video, when you see this video after we go off the air, you're really going to be blown away.
Well, like I said, we're coming up on the 4 hour mark. We'll go ahead and start wrap things up, and we'll show you guys a couple things off the air that we're not allowed to show yet. Let's plan this maybe a couple weeks down the road. And we'll do this again on whatever night's available for you guys. And we will jump down the rabbit hole, and hopefully William Nighthawk will be able to join us. And we might see about inviting a couple other folks as well. But folks, we appreciate you guys so much. Make sure you guys go over to the Strange Road. That's on there on YouTube as well as on Spreaker. William, if you'd put their Tim, if you'd put their link up again. But make sure it's always already beat me to it. And he's on it. Make sure you guys go and give them a like, share, and subscribe. Show them some love. Let them know we sent
you guys.
Appreciate that.
Let's help their channel continue to grow. And if you came here tonight from the Strange Road crew, if you're part of the road crew over there, we would really appreciate you guys joining us, and we hope we've earned a like and subscribe from you as well, because that's really what this community should be all about, is us sharing information like this and learning from each other and continuing to grow in the knowledge. And I loved this show. I think it was one of our better shows we've done in a long time.
Yeah.
Big shout out to the moderators. You guys kicked it in the butt tonight. Thank you guys so much. Again, Bubs, Mikey, and you guys, your background crew as well. Thank you guys so much.
Stoner and Matt.
Stoner and Matt, you guys did an awesome job.
Yeah, I wish we had what you guys had. We'd be.
We'd love the studios.
Killing it. But we had a studio and all that stuff. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
I didn't even know we were starting a
Ohio,
podcast.
Come in studio. If we'll take a Serpent Mound, and we'll go all over, shoot some stuff out at Serpent Mound, talk to Jeffrey.
We could do a tour,
and then come up here and we do a 4-hour podcast in studio.
Me and Robbie. Robbie's coming down for the Bigfoot convention in April.
There you go.
We have it here in Ocala by me in Florida.
Okay.
I'm only 25 minutes from it. And then he's coming down early on vacation, so he's going to be spending roughly 6 days extra. And me and him and my uncle, we're going to go out to the Ocala National Forest, where there's a lot of sightings, where I have a good area that I know of. Mm-hmm. And we're going to go out there and video and do some stuff. We might have some other people that you guys know that have their own show. We might have Nana Boss come with us, her and her son.
Okay.
Other people might want to venture out with us from the convention. I don't know. We haven't touched base yet, but there's probably going to be a bunch of people going out with us when we get out there. So
super cool.
That would be really cool.
I'll put it up. I'm going to send it to DA and his son, and they can pick it apart and edit it and do all that. I don't know how to do all that, so I'll take the video and that's it, but
we'll get it figured out. But again, guys, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah,
I want to do part 2 of this. After the show, we'll talk some dates because I want to jump this conversation again, because like I said, we there's such a broad array of topics we were talking about. I want to get you guys back on and let's do this again. But thank you to everybody that came over from the Strange Road crew to come over and check us out. And make sure you guys go and like, subscribe, share their videos as well. And just show them some love, and let's continue this community spirit, so we can all continue to learn from each other and share information. So thank you guys for spending the evening with us. We had an awesome time tonight. Like I said, it has been a hot minute since we've done a 4-hour show.
Baby.
And it didn't even feel like 4 hours. It was like, holy crap,
it went by 4 hours. That.
Right.
Yeah, it went by
I'll send you guys Shane from West Coast Dogman. I'll send it to you.
Please do.
Cool.
Yeah. Please
Shane,
do.
like I said, knowledge of Dogman. I mean,
he's a good dude too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, folks, thank you for joining us. Hope you guys will join us this Saturday. We'll have the show up and ready to advertise starting tomorrow. I'm waiting to hear back. Make sure you check out the new book release. Codename Wild Hunt: Death and Dyatlov Pass is now available, and hopefully by this time in the next couple of days before the next show, the new book, Dark Frontiers First Hunt, should be done. It is cleared edits. I have got the final cover.
Nice.
I'm going to try to get it uploaded to Amazon tonight or in the morning, and it'll take up to 72 hours for them to release. But I guess I'll show the cover again. So one more glimpse at Dark Frontiers First Hunt.
That's awesome.
It's a group of cryptid hunters set in 1865.
We're all
right as the Civil War's coming in.
We're in the book.
Okay. Yeah, I want a copy. I want
absolutely
a copy of that.
We can take
I
care
need
of
to read that. Oh my God, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, folks, again, thanks for joining us. Hope you guys will be with us on Saturday night. Watch the announcements, because we're gonna hammer out a date, and we're gonna have a part 2 of this discussion, because like I said, I think we're just scratching the surface, and it's been a fantastic show. So thank you guys for hanging with us for a 4-hour one. We hope to see you guys when we do the next one, and hopefully we'll see you on Saturday night as well. So good night, everybody. Thank you, guys. And, again, like I said, stories are journeys that we take together. And thank you for taking this journey with us. Good night, everybody.
Thank you for joining us. Catch us again Wednesdays and Saturdays on DAX Machina. A special thanks to all our channel members and Patreon supporters. Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe.